a little jazzy number to get you started here on SkyTour LiveStream. Hey guys, what's going on? It is I, Mark, whoever I am, and we have Amanda Curran with us tonight. Hey Amanda, what's up?
What's up, Mark?
Baby.
What's up, chat?
Yeah.
Saturday night.
They're great. They've been sitting here for a while. I've been talking to them. Right,
I saw, yeah. I came in, there were 15 waiting at least at the moment. I don't know if that's changed now, but thank you for your patience, everybody.
I know, really. We got the greatest audience on Earth. I've said that 1,000 times. But we're going to be looking at a few things. Right now we're looking at Venus, but we will be changing over to the Comet Atlas here in a little while. And I've found that the best way to get at it is to actually put in its coordinates. If you look on the screen, you guys, you can actually see the crescent of Venus. That's pretty cool. And let me show you what that looks like up close and personal. So let me just take a picture of it for you. All right, and then we take a picture, and let's see how we're looking here. Here we go. So there's Venus right now. Again, once it's yeah, Daryl's okay, Trish, thank you. He's just he's not feeling well tonight, and he couldn't join us again. I asked him beforehand. I sent him a nice photo of Venus that we took earlier tonight as I was getting everything ready. So there it is. We got a little fringe here, which I can get rid of here in a minute, but you can actually see, if you complete the circle in your head, you can see the Venus actually comes out to here, and goes around, which is really cool. Really nice, and so we're right now, actually, this is how big it is in the telescope right there. Okay, so it looks kind of tiny, doesn't it? But then we can actually zoom in digitally and see it bigger. And then I can even zoom in a little more when I go to here, and now you can see I can actually bring it in even more, and that fringing I'll get rid of. What happens is, as the telescope cools down, we have a problem where that it's not a problem that everybody has this problem. The focus changes as the telescope cools down, or all the metal parts begin to contract a little bit. Because the telescope is so precise, the focus can change quite rapidly. So what I want to do is see if we can actually change that and fix the focus a little bit and take a picture that's a little bit sharper. So I'm going to focus. I'm hitting that right now. Okay. You may hear it in the dome. I have that sound piped in now to the stream. You hear that little noise in the background? That's the noise of the focuser. I'm going to go out a little bit. Okay, so now it's way out of focus. Now I'm going to go into focus more. The other problem I have is that Venus is now more over my house, and so the turbulent warm air from the day has actually started to affect it. Let's see what happens here. What do we got here? That's a little better, see? Look at that.
Kill Destroyer wants to know if the comet is visible in the east at all. We are in the east, are we not?
Yeah, it won't be in the eastern part of the sky, but it's in the northeastern part of the sky. It's actually sort of between the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. Okay, but I'll show you where. Now you can see it's a little better focus. Check it out. This is the planet Venus now, and it looks really so much different tonight. It looks much better than the other night. So that's cool. And if we look at our planetarium view, we can see kind of where Venus is relative to Orion. Okay, and you can see that Venus is over here, and it is 30 degrees above the horizon right now. So at 30 degrees above the horizon, we get a view like this. All right, and if we were to look down toward the horizon, you can see that's really, west is right under this right here, You can see that's the west where it sets. So it's got a little bit, it's almost there. Orion is pretty low now in the sky. And if we kind of pull out, you can see Orion here. And if I just add the constellation lines to help you out a little bit, now you can see the lines of Orion, all right? And what Amanda likes a lot is the mythology. There's Orion the hunter with his club, and there's Monoceros the unicorn right there, and the Gemini twins up here. And Venus right now is in Taurus, which is right here. All right, and in Taurus we have the Pleiades, which is right here. Okay, the Seven Sisters, and they're pretty low. And then we have Aldebaran, and this is a cluster known as the Hyades. Okay, and if we were to get rid of everything but the stars, you'll actually see what those stars look like in the sky. That's a naked eye cluster of stars that you can see. It's one of several naked eye clusters that we know of, and the Pleiades is the other one. Okay, so we have the Hyades here, and then the Pleiades over here. You'll notice the brightness changes. That's actually the Planetarium program taking into account the brightness of Venus. It's actually trying to help you see that. And if we zoom in to Venus now, and zoom in even more, then we can actually see how Venus looks. Okay, that's how it looks, and that's kind of what we've got. Now, I know that we're seeing in the Planetarium program, it actually adds a texture for how Venus looks from a spacecraft, and we don't have the ability to add that texture dynamically here, but I could actually make this more like what it looks like in the Planetarium program right there. This is, by the way, this is a white light photo. We're actually looking at a white light photo. So that's kind of, there's nothing obstructing us, nothing between the camera and Venus, okay? Just the telescope itself. All right. So that is what Venus looks like right now. And we are hanging out with Venus. I've been looking at it for about an hour now, and getting the telescope acclimated to everything. And it looks really nice. This is the best view of Venus we've had, actually. I'll just take one more photo. I'm going to just drop it down a little more and make it a little bit less bright, just to kind of get the edges. So here we go. This is at a 1600th. So there you go. Look at that. So now we actually can see how Venus looks right here. That's a little better. Now you can actually see that shape really clearly. Isn't that beautiful? Not bad for a little observatory telescope, huh? Not so little, but still, it's pretty good. So how are you all out there doing tonight? I'm doing okay here, and Amanda seems to be okay. Are you doing okay, Amanda?
Up and down. It's a crazy world, up and down.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I got to give you advance warning though. I won't be around. I won't be available to stream with you next Saturday night, just in case you're looking to stream. Okay.
Big plans?
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest of plans. Are you kidding me?
I don't know.
We're all going to a Paul show.
I didn't know
that.
Well,
I mean, the whole world's invited. Anyone who wants to go can go. You don't have to go, but I'm going.
Wow, I'd never heard about it. Never heard of it. Wow, that's cool. It's so...
Find that home. Yeah, it's going to be all over different social media sites, and I think a few TV channels are carrying it, and it's bringing a few friends. And
wow, very nice.
Stevie Wonder's going to be on the bill, and I'm actually looking quite forward to seeing him.
Really?
I really like Stevie Wonder, I think. And Elton John and Lady Gaga and a few other names. I can't even remember the names.
Wait.
After Paul, everything else was just kind of...
Are they really there, though? Are we talking about the people?
No, it's all going to be done online. It's all, like, live from home. It's a quarantine stream kind of thing.
I was going to say, I don't get it. So now
I think some late-night hosts are kind of hosting it as the night progresses. Colbert and maybe Fallon and Kimball? I can't remember. I just heard Paul was doing a show. I saw it that it was going to be on YouTube, and I kind of stopped reading. And I don't really remember anything else from the article. It's like, yay, Paul!
Oh, very cool.
So, Paul McCartney, guys, for anyone that doesn't know who I am, I love the Beatles, and yeah, sometimes I don't even think about it. Sometimes I just call them by their first names and assume people know who I'm talking about. But yeah, Paul McCartney is Paul McCartney and Friends. We'll be putting on a show on the 18th, Saturday night.
Don't feel bad, folks, because she was talking about everybody in the Beatles in the past, and I had no clue what she was talking about. And when I asked her, I thought she was going to fall off her chair. She assumed I knew what she was talking about. That was a couple years ago, though. I've learned my lesson since then.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, just so you know, this is, again, being the white light shot of Venus. You can actually see the yellow tinge. Venus is yellow. Its cloud tops are yellow, and we're seeing the color. I think that's really nice. Charles, you got an echo? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if anyone else is going to say
well, we'll see.
if they are or not. I mean, no, it's the first time I heard a quiet echo only. Uh-oh. No one said anything, so I figured...
Well, let me try pulling something back a little bit. I can try to see if this knocks out the echo a little bit. I'm not using any speakers at all. You've got yours turned down, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Look at Do. Hello, hello, hello. I have a feeling he's doing that just to make Charles just, hear his echo. Wow.
Yeah, quite a few people are saying it's fine.
All right. Well, that's good.
I don't know.
Well, I just want to say hi to you guys. Hey, so nice to see you who came out, those that came out early, actually. I think that the first person that I saw was my daily side was here. And Papa Tom and Andy Morrow and Kathy Pernisek was here. And I think she's still here. And Donald Kinzer is here.
Kathy's still here, yeah.
I want to say hi. And Eric is here, American Road Warrior. Really nice to see you guys. Kimmy, welcome. And I know that we're going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to check out other objects, too. Jeff Lucas is here, astrophotographer extraordinaire. Chris Elliott is here, Elliott Astro Imaging, and he's probably streaming now. Kill Destroyer 79 is here. And we have...
Do is here and is asking if Venus spins backwards.
Oh, that's a very interesting question. Very interesting question. And we do know that it does have an odd orbit, doesn't it? And why is it rotating differently from other planets? That's the question. We don't have really a good idea as to why it rotates the way it does. And I think that part of the problem is that, if we look at it from the top, if we figure, they all the planets rotate counterclockwise, but Venus rotates clockwise. So it's really kind of weird. But it actually it rotates. It's actually one of the slowest rotators of any planet. So it's kind of a weird rotation rate. And that's probably part of the reason why Venus is so hot with runaway greenhouse, the runaway greenhouse environment on it, where the temperature is 900 degrees at the surface and the pressure is 90 times that of the Earth. That's the atmosphere being so thick. A lot of heavy air over your head on Venus. So it's unbelievable. I'm just glad that we're not there, right? I want to finish saying hi to Trish D, Bill Doucette. Nice to see you here. Tara's here. And we have, let's see, there was someone else that I was trying to see here. I gotta look at the list, guys. There was someone else that I know I should have said. Oh, Kathleen Solway. There you are. Hello, Kathleen. I knew. And Neutrino. Oh, yeah, Neutrino. Hello. Nice to see you. So we're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to play around not only in Dana Whitaker. How you doing? And we're going to look not only at Venus here, but we're going to look at other objects in the sky. We're going to be looking at the Comet, too. Comet Atlas shortly. And that'll be beautiful. It was before. you know, and I know that Okaji Kyle, welcome, and Rockstar, how you doing? It's nice to see everybody here. So, without further ado, why don't we actually go back and see where we are. So this is Venus here in the sky. This is the live view here. This was the view just moments ago. I took that photo. And you can see the beautiful yellow of Venus. Now I'm going to go up a little more. And let's take a shot of Venus to make it a little brighter. So now I'll give you an idea of how bright it may look. Okay, it really is kind of bright. Okay, so there you can see. Now it almost doesn't look like it's right because it's almost too bright. All right, but if we stop it down, if we do that exposure, make it a little faster exposure, then these edges won't be as blurred. And that's what we were doing before. So if I do that one more time, I'll show you. Okay, and we'll let's say make it thousandth to begin with, right? And this is at 50 ASA. It's really low sensitivity because Venus is so bright, right? And there it is. Yeah. So it's just a really pretty planet. We just don't want to be anywhere near it. You're supposed to ask something. Hey, Kevin C.
I am. I didn't understand. I just wanted to get back to him first. Okay. Daniel asked, and he's talking about Venus here. Isn't one of its days equal to about 1.5 of its years? And I didn't know what he meant, but he's saying that its spin is slower than its orbit.
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, actually, Venus is, like I mentioned it earlier, it's one of the slowest rotating planets. Actually, the slowest rotator. I think it's like 243 days or something like that. I have to confirm that, though. I believe that's what it is. 243 days. And so it's a very slow rotating planet. So yeah, and again, that's what I said was probably contributing to the fact that it is so overheated, not only because it's on the just outside of the inside edge of our habitable zone, right on the zone, but because it's got that runaway greenhouse environment going on, which is meaning that a lot of the infrared radiation gets trapped by the clouds and reflected back down to the planet, and it runs away with heat. So Venus is forever shrouded in a very, very thick atmosphere, 90 times denser than ours. And that was actually, Daniel, that's very good of you to bring that up. Venus's day, again, like I said, I think it's like 243 days or something like that. But again, because of the nature of the atmosphere, it's a volcanic planet. There's a lot of sulfuric acid in the clouds. So all of the landers that we sent to Venus, survived for just a little while, a short time, in a period of hours, and I don't think days, but I think that the Russian Venera landers might have lasted the longest, and those are the actual ones that landed and took photos looking out from their landing spot. And Venus is truly an alien world. You have a yellowish, hazy sky, full of sulfuric acid. It is probably the closest thing to hell that exists in our solar system, except for the sun. But boy, it's just, that'd be a miserable place to be, let me tell you. I won't volunteer to head to Venus anytime soon. Someone else can do it if they like. If anyone else is interested, just, put in your name with Frank over there at the back of the room, and he'll be happy to take you out and bring you to Venus. I just hope you don't go. That won't be fun. So anyway, let's see where we are. We are, let me get rid of our telescope view. Okay, so we're looking into the west right now. If we zoom out, you can see in our planetarium view, this is the western horizon. Venus is now 25, 26 degrees above the horizon, so the views are going to get pretty awful pretty quick. But we're going to swing the telescope around and head on up to the area of the North Pole, northern pole. Okay, here is the Big Dipper, and if we look at Polaris, this is the northern star here, the North Star. This is the Little Dipper right here, as signified by the little bear that you see right there. And we have the Big Dipper right here, which is an asterism, a pattern of stars within the overall constellation of Ursa Major, the Great Bear. And the Comet is, if you draw a line between those two end stars and you go over here to the North Star, the Comet about halfway here between the two stars is right about here. And we will be heading over there to check it out. Would you all like to go?
Before we move too far from Venus, though.
Yeah.
Charles wants to know, how strong would the solar tides be on Venus? Would that have anything to do with its rotation?
The solar tides will affect geology, rock strata, as well as it would affect water, but there's no water on Venus. But the solar tides will basically be stronger than here because Venus is closer to the sun. But the tidal forces on Venus wouldn't be enough to cause any change in its rotation rate per se. So it's not close enough for that. Mercury is partially tidally locked to the sun. It's not exactly tidally locked. It has a weird rotation rate similar to Venus, but I'm not sure why Venus's rate is what it is, because it's far enough from the sun where it wouldn't be tidally locked. So I'd have to look that up too to find out if there's some kind of correlation. I don't think there is, but I don't want to jump to conclusions here. I'd like to make sure that I figure these things out for you guys.
Wouldn't there be tides in the atmosphere?
Well, okay, because gravity acts on mass, and if there's molecules in the atmosphere, then that would slightly influence gas, but it's really not. It's not going to be enough compared to Venus's own gravitational pull, which will act on the atmospheric constituents. So Venus's atmosphere is being held down by Venus itself, and it's not being radically affected by the sun other than the ultraviolet radiation hitting the cloud tops and causing disassociation, splitting apart of molecules that are up there. So the sun plays a big role in the chemistry of the atmosphere because it changes the molecules when it strikes that atmosphere, but it doesn't really tug and pull on the molecules per se so much. Now, if Mercury had an atmosphere, that might be different, but Mercury does not, and it wouldn't be retained for long if it did. I don't think, because it's so close to the sun, it's so hot that the what we call volatiles, the volatile gases, will actually literally get evaporated off by that. Now, to answer Axel's question, if you look here on the screen, you'll see that we are here at Venus, okay, with the telescope. That's what the crosshair shows, right? And if we look a little bit down here, there's the Pleiades. The Pleiades are right down here. We could, I could try to look at them, but I can't guarantee we can see them because there is a house that my house might be in the way by now. But would you like to try and go there?
Sure.
All right, let's try and go there. And I'm not sure we can, but we're gonna try it. Why not? All right, so we're on our way now, and let's. I can hear the telescope whirring away here. And let's, I can see some stars that came through here, and it's trying to find The telescope's trying to find a star that it's been told to go to. That's fine. Here we go.
We are going to them for real, aren't we?
I just did. I just told the telescope to head over there.
Yeah.
But the telescope's trying to find a star first before it goes there.
Yeah, I know. I was just reading Axie's comment. Yes, I know, but can we go there? Can we see them for real?
It's Axie.
And
Okay.
I don't know if maybe they're new to the channel. If you didn't explain, like you were just tracking them and to head there for real.
Well, yeah. I mean, right now, let me see if I'm actually at a very low rate here. Let me increase my camera parameters here. Longer exposures, get out of 1,000th. Let's see if this will give us anything. Okay. Oh, well, now some stars are showing up. I don't know if this is the Pleiades or not. Yeah, I think the telescope probably couldn't find them because and the reason it couldn't find them is because the house is in the way. But we can try again. There we go. Alright, so this is a star that it knows. Okay, and the star that it's going to that it knows is this one right here, which is, sorry, that's the scope. Let me see what the star it thinks it's going to. What it does is it takes a star that it knows and this is what star is that? Okay, Atik. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Do you wanna? There might be a few new people. I know Axie's new, and welcome.
Yeah,
Glad to have you. For anyone else that's new, for maybe some shy people that are lurking and don't know the setup, can you explain what's going on? They want to know where the dome is, maybe what equipment you're using.
Sure,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Give a little introduction.
Yeah. First of all,
to everybody.
The house is in the way a little bit, and so we're not able to see the Pleiades right now, so the telescope is unable to lock on. So let me try to take us to Aldebaran here. What's it doing? Stop that. Okay, so for those of you that are new and haven't been here before, I'm going to show you all the details here. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay. All right, let's see what happened here. Okay. This is SkyTour LiveStream. We actually have all of, let me bring this over here. It got moved. This is the telescope control system right here on the left. All right. And this is a planetarium, and this is a live view in the middle, but we don't have to see any of that. We can see all live view if we want. This down here, this is me. Hello, how are you? Okay, that's me in my office where I control a telescope from. The telescope is about 100 feet from me. We have also we have our live view of the telescope, which I can show you. I turn it on. Okay, there's the live view of this is the blue cam out inside the dome, and we are able to control the camera, turn it and pan and tilt and all that. So it's pretty cool. This up here in the upper right, okay, this here up here, this is the camera control cluster. So we have the dome cam here, we have operations here, and then we have telescope control here with the live view in the middle. And once in a while, I will bring up our planetarium view so that we can actually see what's going on. All right. So right now, for instance, I want to go to Aldebaran and make sure the telescope is able to see that properly. So we're going there. All right. And you see the stars are zipping by. All right. And then, of course, it goes right into view. And that is Aldebaran. All right. So there you see it. All right. So Aldebaran is a beautiful star. It's orangey red. You can see it very clearly. And in terms of what it actually is, it's what's called a giant. It's a K53, and that shows up right here on the designation K53. And Amanda knows what that stands for, what the K means versus the other letters. We have a stellar classification. Amanda, why don't you show and dazzle them with your brilliance about the different types of stellar classifications we have. And don't worry, it's not a test. There's no grading here.
And Mark's making it sound more intimidating than it is. We have a way to cheat, folks.
Yeah,
we have a mnemonic. So if you can say this little saying, and then the first letter of each of the words are the class in order. And it's, oh, be a fine guy, kiss me. Or for the guys in the house, oh, be a fine girl, kiss me. Whatever your preference is. So it's OBAFGKM.
You were saying it in your head to get the letters right.
Yes, I was. And you start at the O, and they are the biggest and bluest and hottest.
That's right.
And then down at the very other end, the M for me, they are smaller and redder and cooler. They're still extremely hot, don't get me wrong, but in the larger scheme of things. And our sun is a G?
You got it.
Yay! I always mix them up.
Yeah,
Our sun is a G, so that's kind of in the middle of the scale.
And
be a fine guy, kiss me.
Right. Now that Roman numeral that I was telling that you saw actually before, that's kind of important too, and I want to make sure that gets that doesn't get lost. When we talked about the Roman numeral, when I brought this the planetarium up, you see that this star right here, that is right here, this orange star, that's Aldebaran. That's this guy right here. It's the brightest star in Taurus, the bull, and there's the bull. It's the eye of the bull. Okay, Pleiades are the shoulder of the bull. And in Taurus, the bull, that red star is a K-type star. Now, if you look like Amanda said, O, B, A, F, G, and then K, K stars are generally cooler than the sun because they also go from, like as she said, from the highest temperature to the least temperature. So like to an M star is the least temperature, very cool stars. All right, and that's the spectral class. But then there's another class that goes with this. Now, if this was a small red star, then it might be what's called a dwarf, which is what the sun is. Okay, and that has a Roman numeral of 5 or a V. Okay, but this one is a 3. It's actually a giant star. Okay, and you can see that 3 right there, K53. So that means that Aldebaran is quite a large star. All right, and it's 66 light years away from us, and it's quite bright. Now let me. Now we don't have a moon, by the way, until midnight, so we're good. Let's do. Let's try a 20-second shot, and I'm gonna. And over here in the camera controls, this is the exposure time, and this is the sensitivity of the camera setup. Let's just try. I don't know, 6400. So 20 seconds at 6400. And what that'll do is that'll show us some of the surrounding stars here. Okay, and for those that would rather, I can actually shrink down some of these guys so it actually is a little bit better. We're looking at visible light, by the way, so that's why this looks this way. Okay.
James wants to know if we're comet hunting tonight. Eventually, won't we be?
Yes, we're going to be looking at the comet. Yeah. We're going to be looking at Comet Atlas in just a little while. We do that every night. So thanks a lot, James, from Down Under. want to say hi to DPFX. How you doing? D Smith. So good to see you coming out.
Yeah,
James.
we have a few newcomers, so I'm glad you
Yeah.
did that intro spiel. I hope maybe it lured people in. We're a very friendly bunch, and we do our best to answer your questions. I'm Danny Fan 1 in chat. My name's Amanda. I'm keeping an eye on chat and trying to get all the questions. Hopefully I don't miss any, but
Yeah.
you know,
You
if
do
you
a
have any
great job.
questions, I mean, Mark's the guy, and he answers my questions. He has yet to make me feel stupid, you know.
No, there's no way
He's
that.
very easygoing, and he has a nice way of explaining things. So, if you have any questions, go for it.
Yeah, there's as I've said before, you know, I've taught people astronomy all over the world, and I can tell you, there are no stupid questions. There's only what's stupid is the question left unasked. Okay, that might be burning a hole in your head, and that's the one you got to ask. So not a big deal. So here's Aldebaran and its beautiful K53 Roman numeral 3 glory. Okay, and this, by the way, is through. It's a white light, meaning we're looking straight through. The telescope doesn't have anything over the camera lens at all. But to just make it clear, all right, if we actually, okay, this is another view of it just so you see it full screen. But if we actually look at Aldebaran again, and I bring up the camera control, the controller for the telescope, one of the things you'll notice is that we actually have a filter wheel down here, and we have 5 positions on the filter. Okay, you see the number there, it says 5. This is straight through. If I go to the next one, it's 1. You'll see that it'll change. Okay, all right. Now, this is filter 1. This is called a narrowband filter. It's an extremely tight narrowband filter, meaning we're only looking in the entire rainbow colors of the spectrum. We're only looking at little tiny slots within that spectrum to see details. This will come out when we look at nebulae during the summertime. This filter will be in much use. A slightly wider filter is this one, number 2, moving to 2. This is a narrowband filter as well, but it's a wider slot in our spectrum. The prettiest one is this one, number 3. This is the spectral band. This is going to allow us to actually look within the spectra of the stars and see some really interesting details in this spectra. We'll be able to pick out, for instance, the lines within the spectrum that are really interesting, and those lines are going to be something that will show us what the star is made of. All right, and we'll do that another night as well. I also have another spectral system that's coming here. It'll be here by the end of the month, and I'll figure out a way to integrate it into the telescope, and we're going to be able to actually look at extremely detailed spectral views, because it's a true spectrometer, and that's going to be kind of neat. And it's really neat to look at some of the science that goes on here. It kind of shows you how we figure these things out in the real world of astronomy. And I spent a lot of years working in the real world of astronomy and you know, using telescopes in big giant domes, much bigger than the one I have here. The dome, by the way, is in Connecticut right now. This is the SkyTour LiveStream East setup, and SkyTour LiveStream West is underway. The concrete pad, I went out to Arizona in the desert, and I poured the pad out there a few months ago, and I'll be out there at the end of June, hopefully. And we've bought the building. We're going to build the building. It'll be a prefab structure, and it's going to be a roll-off roof observatory big enough for 2 telescope piers. We're going to put in 1 initially, and that's going to be SkyTour LiveStream West, and it's in the Sonoran Desert, where the sky is so dark that you can barely see your hand in front of your face. You look at Orion out there, and you wonder where Orion is. Here you can see the constellation. Out there you see stars. So it's going to be a very, very different setup, and this is the very telescope that we're going to move out there. I have another one sitting right behind me on a bench in here where we've done a refurbishment on it, and that's going to go into SkyTour LiveStream East once the telescope we're viewing from here goes out west. So we'll have 2 live observatories that we'll be able to look at and look through at the same time through telescopes. So, for instance, we will be able to take a picture of the moon from Arizona and from Connecticut and make a 3D image of the moon for the first time in human history. I think that'd be pretty cool, you know? So, going back to the filter wheels here, 1 is the very narrow band filter, 2 is the wider narrow band filter, 3 is the prismatic spectral filter that allows us to see the chemical constituents within a star's atmosphere. 4 is actually interesting. It's actually just black. What is that? Why would I put a black one in there? Because we need what are called dark frames. And so if I took a 20-second photo at 6400 over here, I'd have to take a bunch of dark frames to help get rid of the noise created by the process of taking the image. That happens too. And then 5 is a straight through view, and that's what this is. So we're going to use 5 initially, and when we go to the Comet, we're going to use it as well. So I think that should be pretty cool, you know. So there we go. So that's a tour of the SkyTour LiveStream screen right now. We have everything up that matters right here. Again, telescope controls, me over here, hello, and I wish I could have Amanda in there, but she's in Canada and I'm in Connecticut. And then we have the telescope view over here, and sometimes I just have to tweak the telescope view to get it to come back live. And then the camera control cluster is right here. All right, and then once we take a picture, we have this beautiful view here, which we transition to really nicely, and you can see the full, almost fully unobstructed view, I think, which is kind of cool. So hopefully that answers any questions as to what this looks like and how it works. And we will be doing more of this shortly. I'm going to be going to the Comet, and what I'll have to have, Amanda, is have you entertain the troops when I go move the dome, because that's something I have to do manually, because I wasn't expecting that this dome, and it is a real dome in this particular location, the dome is not motorized, and I have to move it, and it's a sad truth I have to do, but hey, it's okay, you know.
The one downside, I mean, I guess you could do it by like screen sharing through OBS and stuff, but the one downside I never liked about YouTube is you can't share pictures.
Oh, you mean in the chat?
You can share links, but you can't share pictures in chat. Because, like, I have pictures of your dome and stuff, and it would be nice for people to see it, but...
It would. It would.
You know.
But you're right, and there's right.
It looks like an igloo, basically. It was made in Canada, so...
Yeah, it was actually made in Canada, and you know what I can do, though? I can actually... I know
Canadians don't live in igloos. That was just a joke.
Who doesn't?
Oh no, just in case.
Well, actually,
Going joke that some people actually thought Canadians lived in igloos.
Well, you can go to Norway, and end up going into these resorts that actually are made of igloos, and you can actually explore and be in an igloo for your special time. I guess it's kind of crazy, but you can do it. Now, I'm just trying to show people 1 second here.
I guess they have like ice bars in Finland and stuff, don't they?
Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry, but just not my thing, man. You know?
I know.
I
don't know. Some people love the cold that much. They really do. They love being out in the cold. No way, not me.
Yeah, no way, not me. Nope, not at all. Okay, so
another reason why Mark's heading to Arizona.
Yeah.
Not just for the skies, but
let's see.
Get out of the cold of Connecticut.
There's the dome.
Oh, there's the dome. There you go.
Okay, this is the dome. We have several telescopes in there. This is a 5-inch refractor mounted on a 10-inch system. The 5-inch is not on there right now. I've got another telescope mounted there, and it's actually an auto-guiding system so that we can actually take care of getting all the views we like and not have to worry about the time and let it control the movements of the telescope to guide on very faint objects in the sky. Now,
How did you get your telescope?
yeah, actually, yes. So the telescope, this was a purchase, and it was a purchase based on a GoFundMe, a successful GoFundMe, because we put out a call for everyone that we're doing this thing with SkyTour LiveStream, and we're trying to build the Arizona Observatory. So this represents the equipment that we bought for the Arizona Observatory, and I had already bought all the equipment for the Connecticut Observatory, including the dome. I provided the property, provided the dome, provided the telescope, and all the mechanics that you see on the screen when we talk about it. So the GoFundMe is only paying for only the Arizona Observatory, and that's so I used that to get the telescope and the building. It turned out the GoFundMe was wildly successful. People donated like crazy, which was just very humbling, and so that means that there's no way that I would ever use those funds for anything other than what they're meant for. So I'm very, very happy that people did that. If you guys, those of you out there that haven't joined SkyTour Livestream, please do, subscribe and, hit the like button if you would, because we want people to know we're here. I want to say hi to Genghis. I think I thought I saw Genghis here. Maybe not. But JL Taylor's here. Hello. And J Fingers Keys. That's an interesting name. That's pretty cool. So nice to see you guys.
Piano.
And Emmanuel 4. That's pretty cool. What'd you say, Amanda?
I said maybe he plays piano.
Oh, very good. Good idea. Very good idea. All right. Well, so there you go. So that's that. So now what I have to do is I have to go out and move the. I have to go out and move the dome. All right, because I need to make sure that we actually have. I need to make sure that we actually have. Where did it go? What happened to? Aren't I still?
You lost another star.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be. Why did Aldebaran go away? All right. I have to make sure that. Interesting. Okay, I'm just checking where it went. Oh, I know what happened. 5. We should be looking straight through. I don't know why that did that. Oh man, I hope it's
Yeah,
not.
JL's wondering how they would be able to get one.
Well, I'm sorry.
Asking just GoFundMe. I mean, people might want to contribute if you to GoFundMe.
Hi, Cindy Murphy. Yeah, it's true, and I think that a lot of people would be very interested and motivated to see a system where people can bring up their telescopes and show people the night sky. It's just beautiful. I think I know what happened. Aldebaran went behind the house. So that's the problem. So I'm going to go move the dome and get ready for the comet, all right?
Okay.
I shall be right back.
Okay.
Thanks for covering, Amanda. You're wonderful.
I got nothing. I don't know what I'm going to do while you're gone. Hopefully Chad will talk to me. What is special with Y4 to you? I don't know what Y4 is. I don't know. I'll tell you guys something. Nothing astronomy related. I was playing cards this evening with my parents, and I looked out the back door, and I'm kinda in a remote area that's kinda surrounded by forest and stuff, and a lot of snow right now, but a lot of land in the backyard and stuff. And I saw something moving in the backyard. And at first I thought maybe it was another cat, because I have a lot of cats. And I thought, no, it's a little too big for a cat. And then I got scared because I know there were bobcats in the area, but it looked almost like a white kind of light gray, but mostly white. And all sorts of things were racing through my mind. And then all of a sudden it clicked. I'm like, is that a rabbit? It looked like a big, long, heavy jackrabbit, maybe. I'm not sure if I have the right rabbit in mind, but the ones they kind of look like they're heavy in the front and the back, and then they kind of look floppy in the middle, like a big overstuffed stuffed animal. That's kind of what it looked like. And he was hopping around, and I grabbed my camera and I tried to film him. I went outside, but there was a fence in my way, and I think I was aiming a little too high. I think I was more in the trees than the tree line. And he moved so fast. As soon as you see movement, he's gone. So I was trying to film him, and then he went behind the barn, and I turned my camera off, and then all of a sudden I saw one of my cats running after him. So, but he came back empty pod. So I think the rabbit probably got away. But I'm wondering if it was the Easter Bunny, because he's an essential worker and he is exempt from the quarantine going on right now. So maybe. I'm going to see, because Mark has one of those things now. He can write on the screen. He can circle things and point things out and draw on the screen. So I'm wondering if I send him the footage, because he has a really well-trained eye. He's the MUFON chief video and photo analyst, so he has a very keen eye for making small details out of a lot of other stuff. Mark, would you help me with that?
Oh, yeah, what do you need? I'm sorry.
I caught the Easter Bunny on camera, but he moved too fast. If I send you the video, can you, circle where the bunny is as he moves, as he runs? How can I do that? I wonder how I can do that. This
sounds like a trick question.
Well, you can do it here now on your screen.
Sounds like a trick question.
It's not.
You sure?
Yeah. The rabbit just moved too fast, and he was white and camouflaged with all the snow. And as soon as you can see movement on the screen, he's out of frame. And okay. I tried to follow him, and I caught him at least 2 or 3 times on film. But he was so fast, and if I send you the video, could you, circle the rabbit for me? I was just your phrases.
Maybe I could. Maybe I could. I've got a issue here that I'm fighting at the moment.
Yes, I see that.
Yeah, and I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to make the issue go away here.
Listen, just as you were leaving.
Yep.
A monorail.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
Monorail, yeah.
What's special with the Y4?
Oh, the Y.
Oh, Comet. Okay, I see.
Yeah, the Y4. Yeah. The thing about the Y4 is that the atlas is not descriptive enough, because the instrument that actually found the comet is called Atlas. So if it finds more than one comet, then you can't have multiple comets called Atlas, right? So that's what that's all about.
Sorry, I missed a lot of chat, so I'm just catching up here. Hold on.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry, I can't read and talk at the same time. Sorry.
No problem. And I'm going to be right back to everybody here in a minute. I'm trying to restart this.
Okay, Marv said, I don't know if this is possible. Would you be willing to post schematics and related diagrams for making my own remote scope indoor accessible?
Yeah, it's actually not hard. I'm using everything you see on the screen. Everything you see on the screen that I've been using here is all free. It's all free. Now that is pretty cool. So we're actually able to use free stuff to actually make the scope like this fully remote, and that's what this is about. But I'm sure I could. Now I'm gonna. I just want to get us over to this other place that I want to get to the comet. So what I have to do is I have to get the coordinates of the comet, and I'm gonna get those coordinates right now, and I'm gonna put them in. I don't need coordinates for many things, okay, but for the comet I do, because unfortunately we don't have a we don't have it built into the database. But the comet is at a coordinate of 06. You can see me filling that out on the screen in the little area right over here. Okay, 06 hours, 43 minutes, and 5 seconds. And on a night when we have some time to play around, we'll actually explore what those coordinate systems mean. Daryl Mason, who is our co-host as well as Amanda on SkyTour Radio, which is on KGRA Radio on Sunday nights from 8 to 10 p.m. on kgraradio.com. Daryl gave everybody a wonderful overview of how the celestial coordinate system works. So when you see me type in these coordinates, you will then know somewhat about what they mean. And we have these coordinates in. They're called right ascension and declination, and then they say go to. And if you watch the telescope on the screen, you will see that it will begin to move. All right. And then you'll see the red goes away, and you start to see stars as we're pulling in. And we're going to be pulling into some stars that will be... let me just bring you the whole screen. And we have just... You'll notice that there's a little bit of red. That's the observatory lights, because we have a little bit of overflow, a little bit of edge of the dome being caught. I might not have moved it exactly far enough. And after this gets centered, it's then going to move us to the exact coordinate location of the comet. And there it goes. And you can see it screaming through the sky there. And there it is.
Can I just address something that came up in chat?
You may.
It was when I was rambling about rabbits. Guys, I had nothing. It's the first thing that came to my mind.
You rabbit rambler.
I went back and read through chat what I had missed, and Trish asked if I was an astronomy student.
You are now.
Well, by default I am now. That's not... I don't know. That's not really how I came into it. I was just kind of, here as a backup set of eyes, basically, to keep an eye on chat if there were any questions, to post links if there was something we were sharing, just kind of things like that.
Yeah.
By default, I mean, I'm learning and I'm remembering things, but I was always interested. I kind of like the lore, the mythology behind some of these things,
yes.
But I do, I always have questions, but I find watching certain YouTube videos, like the pre-recorded ones or the little, productions ones, you have questions and you try to Google it, and then you read the explanation and you don't understand half the words in the thing. So
yeah.
I just thought it would be really cool to hang out with an actual astronomer, like someone who went to school and spent his life and dedicates himself to this, and I can ask him whatever I want.
And,
whatever comes up, whatever the subject in the sky, in the universe.
Yep.
And he has a really nice way of explaining things. Sometimes I have to ask him over and over again for me to understand it, but a lot of people in here, some of them are right up there with the astronomy and they ask very technical questions, but please, for the newcomers, you don't have to know anything about this. Feel free to ask anything you want. If you want something explained, if you're new and just kind of want the basic setup of what's going on, because sometimes, I can recite the "Oh, be a fine guy, kiss me," and I kind of understand that now, but then I'll ask a really basic high school science kind of question, so there are no stupid questions. Please, please, please. I'm not just saying that to be nice or friendly. I've asked some pretty embarrassing ones looking back. Please get your questions in. This is what we're here for,
And I've never thought of your questions as embarrassing, And by the way,
well, sometimes I just get like a mental block in my mind, and I just can't get my mind around certain concepts.
Yes.
And then like you'll say a certain thing, I'm like, oh yeah, duh. Okay, that's so obvious. Why didn't I see it? You know.
Well.
But hey, that's why I ask, because sometimes it frustrates me when I don't understand. So I'm say why, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you've never lost patience with me yet. And,
no, I won't either, because
you don't brush me off like maybe we can circle back to this or move on and get back to it later.
Yeah,
you know, like you've always.
No, ask me after class stuff. No, not like that. Well, here you go. This is Comet Atlas Y4 right here, guys. You can see the comet and where it is in the night sky. We can bring this up real quick, and you can see that this right here is the bowl of the Big Dipper. Where's the rest of it? Right there. There's the tail of the Big Dipper, the handle of the Big Dipper, I should say. And here's the bowl, or the ladle. And those two end stars point to the North Star over here. And I said you go about halfway between, all right, and then moving away from both constellations, about halfway between, about the length of a Big Dipper, all right, so about this length is the comet. And if you have a very powerful, or just a regular pair of binoculars, in a dark sky, you can go out and look in this region, and you'll see it. You should be able to see it. But here it is. This is the comet right now, and we're looking at it in white light, meaning we're looking at it through a hole in the filter wheel. There's no filter, all right? And what I'd like to do now is to show you what happens when we use a filter. The focus may change, and I'll change that, but we're focused for white light right now. So here is our view. The comet is right about here, okay? And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change the focus, the filter wheel, to not the very small narrowband filter, which makes all the stars disappear, as you see here, but it's great for nebulae. But I'm going to pull this, we're going to go to filter number 2, all right? And this is a little more powerful, and I'll increase our sensitivity to about 20,000, all right? That's too much. And I'll go, say, 25 seconds. And now we'll take another photo. And when we come back, we'll see this sky is going to be a little different. It's going to be tinged with blue, because the filter will do that. But it's also going to be darker, and we'll see the comet more pronounced against the sky, all right? And if I zoom in on it a little bit like this, that will be retained when I bring it in. It'll stay that zoomed, but you won't see it right away until I do this. Okay. It was there for a second, wasn't it? There. Oh, I see what happened. Duh. Okay. So now you can see the comet is right here, and you can see how this here is called the coma, but we also see this elongated nucleus here. And when I say elongated nucleus, what I'm really trying to say is we're looking at this area right here, okay, in the middle, okay? And let me just clear that, because I just sort of got in the way. We're looking at that very, very tiny area right here, okay? This is the elongated nucleus that we're looking at. And then this is a tail out here. You can see a tail which kind of goes off in this direction behind the comet. And that is what we're looking at, okay? Most of this is the comet that we're seeing. Now, and sometimes when people ask questions and shift our gears a little bit, I don't mind that. And Bill Doucette asked a question right now that is interesting. He asked, have I ever seen a lunar wave? And the answer is yes, I have. And I can tell you what happened that made the lunar wave happen. And this may be what causes all the lunar waves, for all we know. So if you have the moon sitting up in the sky, and if there is a stratified layer of air that's all the same temperature, what you see is this air, and if a jet runs through the air, it's very, very hot exhaust, all right? And this hot exhaust will actually cross and go through the sky and leave a line of hot air. Now, if you ever seen a mirage, when you ever see hot air versus colder air, it shimmers a little bit. Well, if air is sitting up there in front of the moon, it's actually moving kind of as it's moving all together. It's like an air mass, an air column all moving together. And if a jet goes through that air column and puts a line of hot, streaky air through that, then that air column might move across the face of the moon. And a number of these things have happened at airports. And when a plane passes through the sky and the air column is moving toward the moon, as it passes the moon, and it could be up to, a minute or two or more later that it might pass the moon. As it passes the moon, you'll see a ripple cross the moon where this hot air is, because that sort of creates a little mirage kind of a thing. And that is something that has been called the lunar wave. So the lunar wave is actually an effect caused by a streak of hot air, generally from jet engines. It could also be caused by meteors that streak into the sky and put a really, really high temperature streak of air behind them as they disintegrate in the upper atmosphere. And if that air is all moving, and it all moves as one pretty much up there at that altitude, it moves as sort of in these layers. And that layer of air might move in front of the moon. And when it does, you'll see that. You'll see that streaky nature and that ripple effect. And that's what people call the lunar wave. Did you have more questions there, Amanda?
We did. Hold on.
Okay.
Too many things up on my screen. Okay. From a monorail.
Okay.
Which direction is the Comet? What they understood was the Comet was going to be above us in December of this year.
Yeah, right now, the comet right now in the sky, and this is a good time to look at this. All right, and let me just get rid of our observatory view for now. That location right there is where the comet is, where it says scope. That's the crosshairs of the scope. All right, and in terms of direction, all right, if I zoom out a little more, you can see that it's right now, it's in the northwest section of the sky. All right, and so that's because Earth rotates around the North Star in this direction. Okay, so it'll be hours and hours. Now, earlier tonight, it was over here, and then it goes this way around here. All right. So when it goes around the North Star like this, it'll be at different places during the night, but it really is, it only looks like it's in different places because the Earth is rotating and the comet is just moving through space. Now, one thing we can see, if you look really carefully, you can see that there's a little star here, right by the coma of the comet right here. And the comet's tail, you can see, is kind of spread out this way. The comet's elongated this way. That elongated nucleus, okay, that we see, that elongated nucleus really is, that's telling us that the comet is actually probably breaking up. And it was like last week or so, we actually caught the fact that the comet was breaking up. And Amanda, you were here for that, weren't you, or no? Or was it just Daryl and I?
For which?
When we actually saw the fragments inside the...
No, I don't think I was there.
Yeah, we caught that. We caught the comet breaking up.
Yeah, Daryl told me about that. That's why I remember. No.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, we did. We caught the comet breaking up. I saw in several successive shots, I noticed something odd about this nucleus. It went from being round to being elongated, and then had several sections, which I was able to identify as separate sections, and we see it here too, So in any case, I think that we're talking about a lot of effects going on with this comet. It's got the solar wind hitting it, which is full of high energy protons and electrons. It has ultraviolet energy hitting it. Okay, very, very high energy in this solar wind, and this causes this greenish glow that we saw in the white light with this filter. Remember, this is the somewhat wider narrowband filter we have right now to help us with contrast. And we see that it changes the color slightly toward the blue, but in the white light photo, when we looked at it, okay, where is it? Was it in here? Yeah, there it is. You can see that it's actually green. Okay, it was actually more green, and that green, okay, is that's kind of interesting. That green comes from carbon atoms that are in the coma and actually on the surface of the comet that are forced to jump off the comet because the solar wind is so excited and causes excitement on these carbon atoms. They ionize, their electrons jump off, and when they jump back into the atom, they give off light. So they absorb energy as they ionize, and the electrons go to higher energy levels and jump off the atom for a period of time. That's called ionization. And then they rejoin the atom, and as they do, they give up that energy they absorbed, and it turns out the energy is in a green end of the spectrum, and so we see green light. Okay, that is a interesting factoid about comets. But that green, okay, is composed of many different types of carbon compounds. Okay, we know that this green tail from the comet, the greenish stuff, is cyanogen, which is a carbon atom and a nitrogen atom, CN. And that's effectively cyanide, and that's toxic to humans. And in the 1800s, Camille Flammarion, an astronomer who was sort of like the Carl Sagan of his day, he basically said that when Halley's Comet in 1910 comes near the Earth, if we go through the tail of the comet, as we do every year now, we see meteor showers from the tails of comets because they're dust tails. This is leaving dust behind as well back here as it travels. He said as we go through the tail of the comet, that cyanogen might come down into the atmosphere and kill all life on Earth. He wasn't very popular for saying that, and that actually, of course, did not happen. And we are all still here, and Camille Flammarion had egg on his face for a number of years. So there's cyanogen, there's carbon monoxide, which is a carbon atom with an oxygen atom, CO. Okay, it's of course also toxic to us, odorless, tasteless, but it's there. We also have other carbon compounds and ices of various kinds. So it's pretty cool. There's Genghis. Hi, Genghis. And all-seeing activity. What's going on? And Pickle. That's a great name. What do you think of that name, Pickle?
I said hi to Pickle. Pickle P.
Yeah, that's good. Pickle P. Yeah. Yeah. So welcome to SkyTour LiveStream, Pickle P. I haven't seen you here before, but and some of the others.
Yes, welcome. Who knows? I mean, these people might have been around for ages and are only now just joining the chat for the first time. So
yeah, it's possible.
Welcome
it's
to all
possible.
the new names and to the old names.
Yeah, well, we've got 50 people watching, so this is a pretty exciting night. You know, we're looking at the Comet Atlas. It's beautiful. If you think it's worth watching, then hang out. And again, subscribe to SkyTour LiveStream. We're going to have our second Arizona Observatory open. It was supposed to be the end of this month, but now it's going to be more like end of June, early July, because of the virus garbage going on. So we're just being safe. And we'll have two telescopes, two identical systems in two observatories 2,500 miles apart. Think about the opportunities that will present. A lot of things we can do with two observatories with identical instruments that far apart. Oh yeah, like two big pairs of eyes, big pair of binoculars. That'll be kind of cool. Anyway.
And hold on, wait
yes?
a second. You always miss the most important part. Because with astronomy, we can never be sure what the weather's going to be like or if it's going to be cloudy.
Oh, she's right.
So while you're hitting the subscribe button, if you care to subscribe, go beside it and hit that bell, because that's going to give you the notice when we go live. We unfortunately can't say we'll be here Friday at 9 o'clock Eastern. We can't say, we don't know. We don't know if it's going to be cloudy and we get canceled. We can have good intentions, but the best way, hit that bell to get notified and join us live. Get your questions in.
She's right.
I mean, right now we're kind of focusing on the comet, but most nights we take requests if there's something in the sky that you want us to see or want to take a look at. If we can, we will. So
That's right.
join the chat.
Yep. And that's the thing too. It's sort of interactive in that we are very happy to indulge your desire to see certain things. And if I miss something in the chat, you can promise that I can promise you that Amanda or Daryl, who are regulars here on SkyTour LiveStream, will be there to pick it up and make sure I see it.
Speaking of which, we have a lot of questions coming in. Don't skip ahead though.
I'm not going to.
Way back.
I'm gonna wait for you to ask the questions in order, so you guys understand that when people ask questions, I will answer them for you if I have the answer. And being an astronomer means that I know a lot about astronomy, of course, and a lot about that's pretty, and about Earth science, because you need to understand Earth science to know how planets around other stars, my specialty, might operate. And so I tend to spend a lot of time learning and have learned a lot about the sciences over the years. So that's just me. But anyway, go ahead, Amanda. I'm going to take this picture again because
this next one's from All Seeing Activity. I'm not sure. I don't know. The first part might be a bit of a statement. E equals MC squared. There's another Atlas C 2019 Y1 coming from below us.
Yes.
Have you observed this one?
I have not observed that one yet.
Is it because it's in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah.
If it's coming from below us? Okay. So it can be observed? Is there one from below us?
Well, there is. And there. See, the Atlas telescope system, basically, Atlas is meant to be a asteroid and terrestrial impact predicting telescope to actually capture potential impactors that might hurt us. And everything that's found by these telescopes, and Atlas isn't the only one, there's several, everything that's found by these telescopes goes on to a database, and as they study its motion, they can tell whether this object is in an orbit that could be dangerous to us. And that list is called the Sentry List. And the Sentry List is a list, and I gotta change some settings maybe, I'm not sure here. The Sentry List is a list of objects that pose a danger, but as we learn more about them, we might find ourselves taking them off. The focus is bad. I'm gonna change the focus here. We take them off the list as we move forward. So that's part of what this is about. That's this telescope that's searching for these comets and so forth. It's also looking for potential dangerous objects that could hurt us. All right. I'm just going to refocus because I believe I went to the slightly wider than I did. Okay. So I have right here, I have a star, and I am going to go into a focus mode so I can focus and see if we can. There it is. Okay. I'm going to use that star and focus with it. So hang on, guys. We're going for a ride.
Can you take a question while we're traveling?
Yep, we can do that. I'm moving to... there we go. So I got the stars as bright as I can get them. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Amol wants to know, how do you recommend a science-aware engineer to get into basic astronomy? Apart, of course, from this stream and the show.
Oh, that's actually a very good question. Now, it depends how far you want to go, Amal. You can actually, if you're interested in doing any kind of a course, well, then you can actually look online. There's a couple of free astronomy classes online that you can take. I think Cornell has one, Princeton has one, and the data is all up there, and you can just start reading from the very beginning and go see and go look at all the different facets of astronomy. Now, astronomy starts off fairly mundane. You got to learn coordinate systems, like how you're going to find stuff in the sky, where is it located. So you're going to have to learn about red ascension and declination. You're going to have to learn about magnitude, stellar magnitude, and why it's a what's called a logarithmic scale. You need a little bit of math to get into it, but and as an engineer, you probably won't have any trouble worrying about base 10 logarithms. We don't play around too much with natural logs, but on occasion we will. But and for those who don't know what that is, if you're interested, I can actually set up a class and we can kind of do it online if you really, really want to know, because it's very, very much basically putting math to the observations. Understanding the universe is really interesting because when you look at the universe, we're looking at a universe that's actually, it speaks the language of math. And so that's really what it's all about, is learning what the math is trying to tell us, you know. And so, but there are a couple of online classes. They're free. They don't cost a dime. And if you have trouble finding them, Amal, write me a note, drop me or Amanda or Daryl a note, and here's the email. Amanda, put it in the link in the chat, will you? It's SkyTour Radio at kgraradio.com. That goes only to me, and you can, well, to all of us, and we can get your question if you can't find it, and then we'd be happy to point you where you have to be pointed to see it. All right, because I want you to find these classes online. I have them stored. Yeah, here we go. The focus is good for natural light. Now I got to focus for the other. Darn it all. That's pretty cool. Anyway, on top of that, there's also many resources online through books that you can get. You can also, if you want to really learn about astronomy and the planets around other stars, well, I recommend a particular book that's up on Amazon all over the world that you can buy. It's called The Populated Universe, and it's sort of a shameless plug because I wrote it. And it's a book about astronomy and mostly about planets around other stars, how we find them, what astronomy means to us, what it means to look for intelligent or even just extraterrestrial life of any sort. So it's sort of an interesting book, you know, and it's not a UFO book. It's more a science book about the hunt for extraterrestrial life, right, from a scientific perspective. And so you can do that if you like too. But that's your call. Is an ebook available? There's a 6x9 book, and there's an 8x10 book. The 8x10 book's around 320 pages. The 6x9 works out to 400 and something. The ebook is 300 or 400 pages. So either way, it's a fun book. And Tara D says it's a fabulous book, but I think she's a little bit biased because she was my editor. She edited the book for me and spent so much time doing the editing.
Very cool.
Yeah. Now, do you notice anything different about the Comet right now? What do you notice right here? There's a difference. Very obvious difference with what's going on with the Comet right now versus what we saw earlier tonight.
It doesn't look as blue and it doesn't look as sharp. It kind of looks smudgy.
Well, let's go look. Here's a previous photo. Okay, and that little star right there. Okay. This is a little bit blurry here, a little dragged out, but let me see if I get another one that's a little better. There, that's better. See that star right there? Okay. Now, let's take a look at the latest one. Uh-oh. Look where the star is.
I see.
The comet is moving, folks, in just a span of a few minutes.
Looking at focusing on details of the comet, not the rest of the sky around it.
Yeah. But you notice that the comet's actually moving. You can clearly see that it moves. So there you see it. Okay, that little star is right there at the beginning of the comet, right there. Okay, and we're in a magnified view right now. And then we look at it again, and look at that. Now the comet has actually moved further this way. So you can actually see now that the star, we're actually seeing the star through the comet. Now, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool because I'm sure that there are people out there with bigger instruments, and you know what they're doing? They're looking at that starlight. Okay, and they're taking a spectrum of that starlight, of the starlight that's being seen through these cometary particles. And the reason they're doing that is because those cometary particles are going to absorb some of that starlight as seen from our perspective. And they're going to create special lines in the spectrum of that star where the gases that are coming to us, that is the energy of that light coming to us from that star, has been removed by the particles in front of it. And that's going to tell people what the comet gas is here, what this comet dust and everything is made of. We'll be able to see it. Really kind of a neat process. That's called spectroscopy, and it's something that we do a lot of. You know, we spend a lot of time with spectroscopy. Not here, because we like to show you things that are fun, you know. But it is kind of cool, isn't it? Really, really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We still have questions.
Yeah, keep going.
Well, I'm gonna skip them for a quick one right here. I'm always waiting for the audiobook. Is that ever gonna happen?
Yeah, it will. And the person that's gonna do the audiobook for me, she said she would. She's gonna read it for me. And I don't know if I should give out Carol Carl's name. Oh, I did. But Carol said she might be interested in reading the audiobook for me and doing the audiobook. And I thought that was just a marvelous, amazing thought. She has a really, really beautiful voice and would be perfect for this, you know. So I'm thinking that might work out, you know. Oh,
very cool.
Yeah, I just screwed this up again.
And Axie wanted to know what the name of the star was, if you knew.
I do not know the name of the star. I'm sorry, Axie, I don't know the name of the star.
Okay, we have some more questions still from earlier.
Okay.
Okay, Amonaril wants to know, the orbit of 1Y has critical mass to the orbit of the Earth, and Y1 is still alive. Do you agree? Kind of more of a statement, just wants to know your opinion on it.
I'm not sure what the question is. What's he saying?
I think it was in reference to it possibly breaking apart.
Okay, and can you read that again for me?
It says orbit of Y1 have a critical mass to orbit of Earth, and Y1 is still alive. Do you agree?
I don't know if I understand that question. The critical mass.
It's in the side chat on Skype.
Okay, I'm not sure what.
Okay, can you rephrase that?
Yeah, can you rephrase that for me, Monorail? Because I'd love to answer your question. I just don't. I don't think I understand. I don't think I understand your question. And I apologize.
I thought they meant like it would still have a critical mass compared to the orbit of the Earth. Therefore, it would still be alive after the disintegration. Or not after the disintegration, but after since it's broken up.
Yeah,
I want to know your opinion. Maybe not. I don't know. That's how I was interpreting it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, so if a monorail can get back to us, clarify that, we can ask it again.
Yeah.
And All Seeing Eye asked, what if the comet had captured things on its way as companions rather than breaking apart, but you had broken down the chemicals you saw the other night when it broke apart with you and Daryl. So that indicates that it broke apart rather than collected companions, correct?
Well, the reason we thought it broke apart is we actually saw a physical deformity in the head of the comet. And we saw an extra particle, an extra object there for several photos. And then it vanished. It looked like it was a fragment that had broken off. And then became very quickly dimmed out, and it was really astonishing. So that's what Daryl and I saw, and that's what we all saw actually on here. So I think that really was the actual, honest to gosh, breakup of the comet that we watched. We started to see the fragmentation going on. It was quite something, actually.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was really quite something. So, anyway, now
hold on. Wait, I think there's one more.
No, keep going.
And actually wanted to know if the Pleiades were gonna set or get higher in the sky.
they're setting. In fact, Aldebaran went behind the roof of the house here, so we couldn't look at it. And the Pleiades were even lower than that, so they went down. That's why we couldn't see the Pleiades earlier. If you recall, we tried to look at them. So we couldn't see them for that reason, unfortunately. Okay, let me let's find out where I am. Okay, I'm in that filter. I think I took a photo. I want to check the focus. Looks pretty good. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. See, we're actually waiting like a couple minutes between photos. We're talking, but you see now when you look here, when you look where the comet is, there's the comet and there's a star in there. And notice where that star is now. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take another photo right now, and this will be 25 seconds at 20,000 ASA or ISO. So that's 25 seconds time that we're going to be exposing and letting light come in the big light bucket of the telescope onto the sensor of the camera. And the sensor of the camera is going to be pumped up to 20,000 sensitivity. And I saw some more questions come in, Amanda. I did not see them. What was the...
Bill wants to know if there's any chance Earth will pass through the debris trail as it melts, warming up. If it makes it around the sun with it disintegrating, right? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, but the thing is, we have to, if our Earth orbit intersects the comet's tail in any way, then we certainly would pass through it. But the question is, will we? Will we intersect the comet's tail?
No, that's what he's asking, if there's any chance. What is the chance? How remote?
Well, right now, the chances are,
that it's going to disintegrate behind the sun. If it doesn't, you said that it would be visible in the morning sky.
Yes, that's right. It'll end up being visible. But
what are the chances?
Well,
like the trajectory?
We actually have to look at exactly. We have to look at the trajectory of the orbit and make sure you got it right. You're good.
I picked up words here and there. I don't know if I'm using them right half the time, but I try.
You are. And what I want to do is I want to show something that might actually be helpful.
Can YouTube see that?
Yeah. I'm going to see if I can bring that up. Okay. Let me try something, bring something up. We'll wait a couple minutes. First of all, let me show you. The picture we took earlier, you see the star right there? Okay, right in the middle there of the coma. Here's the latest picture we just took. Okay, the star is moved a little bit from there. Before. After. Notice the comet's going this way. Because that star right there has been left behind a little bit. See that? Watch again. Let me just pull this up a little bit to kind of match it more exactly. See that? Pull this down a little bit. Okay, now watch. You see the motion? Isn't that crazy? Okay. Before, after. Before, after. So the comet is moving. All right, it is moving. All right, now let's see if I can bring up this other. Let me see if I can do it here. 1 second. I'll find it.
And actually really wants to see Venus in the Pleiades. How will they achieve that? Can they try earlier, maybe tomorrow? How long is Venus going to be out for around the Pleiades area?
Well, it's actually not near the Pleiades right now, unfortunately. But it was fairly close to the Pleiades. But it wasn't in the Pleiades, okay? It was actually just near it, from what I could see. And I'm trying to look. I'm doing 3 things at once here, trying to answer a number of questions.
Sorry, I know.
No, that's okay. I gotta find. Maybe I'll use. Okay, let me use this one. Hold on. I am going to now try to add Let me add this to it. See if this. I'm trying to bring up something to show you so that you guys can. Yeah, I don't want you to see that. That's not a big deal. That was a URL. I don't want you to see that either. That's not what I want. Okay, that's not what I want there. Just a minute, guys. I'm trying to figure out a way to show you what might be pretty cool here. Okay.
Is actually gonna have to wait another 8 years for Pleiades for Venus to be in Pleiades?
I actually don't know. I have to look at the what's called the ephemeris and calculate that. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Okay, I'm just trying to do something else here. I'm trying.
I bet Daryl would know. No offense, and I'm not.
No. I mean, Daryl is an observational astronomer.
He knows those kind of things. He follows those kind of things.
Yeah.
I bet he would know exactly how many years or when your next chance is.
Yeah.
He was really excited for Mars, Saturn, and oh my God, was it Jupiter? I think so.
Yeah.
For them, they were all in conjunction just recently. Just what?
Absolutely.
A week or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he actually really follows that stuff. I bet you anything he would know off the top of his head without looking.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head to answer that question.
I don't know anything. I'm just here to grab the questions and get them to the right people.
Yeah.
I just try to represent chat. So.
Okay, so here is this is the best I can do right now in this. Gives you an idea. Okay, this is the Earth's orbit right here. This blue orbit, that's the Earth's orbit. Okay, and if you notice the comet, it's going to be below our orbit and kind of come down from the top effectively. So the Earth will not pass through because there's the way the orbit goes right there. This is the orbit of the comet. All right, that purple line, and Earth does not intersect that orbit anywhere along the way. All right, even over here, if you look over here in 3 dimensions, okay, you can see it doesn't intersect it. So we don't have a chance of going through this comet's tail. All right, so that actually I think is a pretty good illustrator, you know. Hey, Esoteric, how are you? So yeah, the last picture.
What do you use to calculate things like that? Like when planets are going to be in certain positions?
Oh, there's
like, for example, like the Venus and Pleiades example. How, if you miss it now, like how would you even look that up? Are there sites that take care of this, or do you have to specifically ask? Like,
no, what you can do is you can actually consult the ephemerides, are called the ephemeris, and you also, if you're interested in doing it yourself, you can get a program that takes what are called orbital elements, and if you enter these orbital elements for an orbiting body, you can then see where it's going to be at any time, anywhere, and you can calculate, you can ask questions of some of these programs. Hey, where is when is Venus going to be near the Pleiades again? And that you're going to have to understand celestial coordinate systems again. See, it's like a domino effect. One thing needs another thing for you to understand before you can answer the question. You need to understand celestial coordinates before you can say, when will Venus be near the Pleiades again? Well, what does that really translate to? That translates to, when will Venus's coordinates of 4 hours and some odd minutes and seconds and 25 degrees, its current coordinates tonight, roughly, correspond to the Pleiades coordinates again? And when will those coordinates be closely matched, which indicates that Venus is near it? And if you can put that information into a program that can calculate that for you, then that's fine. But as astronomers, we don't calculate those things manually. We use computers and we put the questions in and we phrase them and we consult databases with the orbital elements and so forth.
So it's only there's no site maybe I could post in chat that kinda, or like maybe like a site where you can plug in what you're looking for specifically, and it can do the calculations there, or they have to be like programs, like you have to know what you're doing, kind of thing?
Well, either way, for knowing that, what you would do is you can actually, if you wanted to, if somebody else has already done this, then you could just go ask Google, when will Venus be near the Pleiades again? In Google, and see if it comes up with an answer. It might say, well, Venus was just right near the Pleiades, and the next time that's going to happen is, and so someone will have already done the ephemeris calculation. But I can hear you going to look for just that thing.
No.
Oh, I thought you were clicking.
Actually, I was wondering if Carol's ears were burning because she just showed up in chat.
Yes, she did. Carol, I just sort of mentioned that.
Can Stellarium do it? Daniel asks. Yeah, I mean, Amal wants you to do a class for that calculation.
And
people are very interested in this now, yeah.
No, that's fine. That's actually a great idea. That's a great idea. And if can Stellarium do it? Could Stellarium can be programmed. I actually have it set up so that it's running the telescope, so clearly I can actually have Stellarium do stuff I want it to do. So can I do that? Well, let's go see. Because down here in the configuration of Stellarium, we also have things called plugins. And you can see the plugins do a number of things. They do angular measure, archeolines, bright novae, so forth, equation of time, that's for the sun, fields of view, historic supernovas, meteor showers, navigational stars, observability analysis. I don't think that one per se is going to do it. That's going to kind of just give a graph of what's observable right now. Quasars, remote control, remote syncs, satellites, solar system editor, telescope control. Yeah, these plugins currently don't have anything that would relate to an ephemeris, really. But you know what? I got to tell you right now, though, if you guys don't have Stellarium at this point, why don't you go get it? It's free. Yeah, I told you, everything I use here is free. Okay, the program here to take these pictures is free. The camera's not. Okay, the camera's actually quite expensive, but that's why we get pictures in seconds that would take many minutes to normally get. And the telescope isn't free, of course, but that's why I'm here for you. I'm here to take these pictures as well. But as far as a program, there are programs that do these calculations, and my mind is sort of a blank about right now in my head. I can't think of a single program that does this. When I stop the stream, I'm sure I'll think of 3 or 4. But right now, I don't have any. I'm so sorry. I feel like a fool. Typically, I do remember these things, but either way, we're watching the comet, and it's doing some really interesting stuff. But when we look at the previous image, you can see where the comet is there versus where it is here. You can see that it's moved. Okay, I keep going back and forth between these two images. All right, let me go up there a little, see if that does it. That's a little better, see? You can actually see how the comets move relative to that star in the background. Okay, that's the latest shot. That's the previous shot. Latest, previous. Okay, so before, after. The time differential, probably about 10 to 12 minutes. And while we're talking about this shot, we've actually had about 10 minutes go by before I took the last shot. So let's go do that now. I will put these together in a mosaic, not mosaic, but a time lapse for you, so you can watch the comet move through the sky. I think that's pretty cool, when you see that, right? So that'll be nice.
Listen, while we still have a few hours left in the day, happy birthday, Carol.
Oh, that's right. I did wish her a happy birthday earlier today, actually.
So did I. It seems like a long day. It doesn't even seem like the same day. It seems like I did that yesterday.
Oh, man.
Unless I sent her a message like early in the morning, and then went to sleep in the day and woke up again, and it's still the same day.
Yeah.
Everything blurs together lately.
Okay. Now let's take a look at these guys. So we got 1. Okay. 2. See where the comet is? The star. And then 3. Wow. I'm trying to align them a little better.
And you can hear Carol also on kgraradio.com Friday nights at 7 Eastern.
Behind the obsidian curtain.
I always have to think about that because it's 8 my time. I'm in the Atlantic time zone.
Yeah,
I'm an hour early.
Yeah.
But I would like to tell people in Eastern time zone, it just feels, I don't know, more universal, not universal, but I don't know. In North America, it seems like it's the main time zones, and then people forget about mine.
Well, that's true. Your time zone seems like it's not Eastern time. It's Atlantic time.
Well, it's usually Pacific, Mountain, Central, Eastern, and that's usually it. And people, at most, I find more people talking Eastern.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will throw in the Pacific as well. I rarely ever see Mountain or Central. I never see Mountain. I rarely ever see Central, and I mean, unless I'm looking for the local Nova Scotia news.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Atlantic either, so.
Oh well.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's right. That's right. I want to welcome the 53 people viewing right now. I want to thank you for joining and checking it out. If you haven't subscribed to SkyTour LiveStream, please do subscribe and hit that bell so that you can be notified when we go live. Because as Amanda reminded me to tell you before, which I did not, when we stream, we can't just say we're going to stream every afternoon, at 5:30 or every night at 9 p.m. The sky must be clear. And we are streaming from one observatory right now, but by the end of June, early July, we will be streaming from 2 observatories. We're building a whole second facility out in the Arizona desert right now. And we will be out there. Actually, Tara D here in the chat, she was out at the site helping us.
Very nice.
Yeah, she was helping us already out in Arizona on the desert site. And we have to drive 15 miles out into the desert, so I had to kind of lead her out of the desert so she knew where to go, because it's really, you got to turn at this saguaro cactus, and then where you see that cactus that's missing an arm, turn left. You kind of have to have it down. So it's kind of a distant, remote site, but once you get there, you feel like you're home because it's just, there's beautiful people who live out there. A wonderful scientist and his wife have actually loaned SkyTour LiveStream land to put the observatory on, and it's just they're the kindest people on planet Earth.
Very cool.
Yep. And so that's going to be our new dark sky site, and when we look at the views from that site, if you think these views are good, oh boy, you just wait. Just wait. In Arizona, you can't even pick out regular constellations where we are because you can't tell where they are. Because when you look in the sky, all you see are stars. All you see are stars. You can't see. You can't look up at Orion and say, oh, there's Orion. Because there's so many stars around it that you have to pick out the belt and say, okay, that's the belt. So there's Rigel. And Bellatrix up at the upper right and Saiph down at the lower left. They're kind of lost amid the other stars, and Betelgeuse is sort of orange, so that's the way you know it's there. But let me tell you, it's really it's not easy, and that's the best thing because that way we know that it's a dark sky site. And when we take photos of nebula, when we take photos of anything out there, the skies are going to show you something spectacular. It's not going to be there won't be any light pollution to worry about. There'll be moonlight when the moon's out because we have a moon there too. But when we take the pictures, the sky's going to be stunning, really stunning. And that's really the best part of it. And I can't wait to get out there. I just cannot. And naturally, I want to move out there as well because I can't stand the winters in Connecticut anymore. My hands hurt.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
No, talk about your cold hands.
No, I'm done.
Okay. Tim wants to know, and I think what he's getting at is, during this time, he put in quotes, is the second facility still being built, actively built, at this very moment? Because so many people should be staying home, right?
Yeah, we have limited people that can go out. We have to limit the exposure. So, it's when we say facility, it sounds like a big giant building. It's actually a 12 by 12 building that has 2 piers inside and a separate roof that will roll off the building. And I've talked to the guy that's going to be facilitating getting the roof held up in the air when it's off the building. It's going to roll onto another set of rails. We're going to have a company build the building to our specs. I'll be there for that. That'll be end of June. And hopefully while I'm there, we'll actually have another company come out and install all the rails to carry the roof out onto the support structure off the building. And then we're going to motorize all that to go on and off remotely so I can control it from a distance. And I will have all the stuff I need to control it and test it while I'm there, as if I was using it 2,500 miles away. And then I'll come back here for a period of time, and I'll be going back and forth to Arizona probably for years to come, for sure, but only because I have relatives out here. I'll be flying back here to say hi to relatives. I'll be living out there. I just can't stand the cold anymore. Call me a wimp. You know, I guess hey, I didn't mean to actually call me a wimp. That's our Amanda. We love her.
Hey, when you invite us to...
I know, when I invite you to say it. Yeah.
Rip Blue Jay is out in Tucson. They want to know where exactly the observatory is going to be. Maybe not a street address, but...
Actually, good luck. It's actually in the desert, so it's all dirt roads to get to it, and some of the roads are unnamed. Well, it's going to be roughly 65 miles west as a crow flies, if you're in the air, of Phoenix, out in the Sonoran Desert. Elevation is going to be about 2,000 feet, which is pretty good. And in the future, there might be a possibility, because we're actually, and I haven't stated this until now, but we actually have plans on doing a third observatory as well, and maybe that one could be out in New Mexico. So that's another possibility, and because we want SkyTour LiveStream to really grow, and instead of a third observatory, we might try a mobile observatory where we actually go all over the United States with an observatory and bring it with us and set it up and do remote site streaming from all over the country as well from a third site, and we'd have a separate crew for that. So that might be pretty cool. That's kind of a neat idea, So are there any questions? I'm going to get some more questions while we got it. We're waiting for another shot of here of the comet. I'm waiting a little bit to let it move a little bit more.
Okay, the wording on this one is a little weird, but what I think Genghis is getting at is if you could get a tethered blimp above the clouds, would that make a good platform for viewing the stars?
That's kind of interesting because NASA's doing that now with repurposed 747s. They actually cut out a whole chunk of fuselage and put a giant telescope in there, and they fly it way up high. Now, you've been on a jet. It's always vibrating. Everything is shaking, so you might say, well, how can they possibly get good photos? They could with excellent gyroscopic stabilization of a telescope, and that's what they're doing. And NASA has a couple of telescopes that they fly way above the clouds, high in the atmosphere, in these repurposed 747s. And they actually get some really, really cool footage and imagery. And why would you fly above the clouds? Well, you fly above the clouds to get above a lot of the atmosphere that will block certain wavelengths that you want to see, maybe infrared. When you want to look at the heat being given off by an object, if you do it from sea level, if you try to look in the sky and see something from sea level, good luck. Infrared light, that is that light of heat, and it's all light basically, just different wavelengths. The light of in the infrared wavelength are blocked by the molecules in the atmosphere quite effectively. So you have to get to high altitude. So Mauna Kea in Hawaii at 13,000 feet is a place where they can do some infrared observations. Going up into a plane, I think the telescope's called Sophia, you can look at some infrared too, because now you can be up at 40,000 feet, literally triple the height of Mauna Kea, and look at these things. But there's no 40,000 foot mountains on the planet. The highest is Everest in K2, and you can't put anything up there because the weather is never clear up there. So, so these jets are used with stabilization to get you some really good imagery. But the best is satellites in orbit or out in deep space, putting them in some kind of a parking orbit. And I think, and Daniel Whitaker knows what I'm talking about. So I think that when you talk about trying to get the best imagery, you really have to get the imagery from outer space. You have to go on a platform like the Hubble, like the Spitzer telescope, which did the infrared, and soon like the James Webb Space Telescope, which is got a 21-foot mirror compared to the Hubble's 8-foot mirror. So the capabilities.
You say soon.
Next year, they say 2021, but then they said 2018, 2019, 2020. So
exactly. So I mean soon.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
The latest date they gave us maybe soon by.
Yeah, that's right. You're right.
Hold your breath.
Nope. Yeah. All right. So.
We have a few more questions. This one's from Mitch, and it's about Nibiru.
Okay,
and
but
you got to give me a crash course again. I know the word, I know the background. What do they think it is again?
Well, Nibiru is Nibiru is a hypothesized planet that's out there that may be heading for us. And with the excitement of the Kuiper Belt object, maybe Planet 9. Or, I say Planet 10 because I think Pluto's a planet.
Yeah, Planet 10. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But sticking with the current settings for Pluto in terms of planethood, the potential for there being a Planet 9 means that people that think, hey, this could be like an Earth-sized planet, maybe. Well, if you look at the gravitational influence of objects out in the Kuiper Belt, we kind of have an upper limit on the mass that could be out there hiding amongst these objects, at least for the Kuiper Belt locations that we know. We know quite a number of them, okay? Quite a number of the objects. There's millions of them out there, but the overall thinking is that there aren't any objects out there the size of the Earth, probably. And I say probably because we don't know for sure. And I'll tell you why this is up in a minute. But we know that there are objects in the Kuiper Belt that are larger than those we have seen so far in the Kuiper Belt, okay? There might be something out there that could be as big as maybe the asteroid Ceres, which is the biggest asteroid in the inner asteroid belt that we have. And the Kuiper Belt, of course, is the realm of the trans-Neptunian objects, the objects all beyond 30 astronomical units beyond Neptune's orbit. Pluto is essentially a TNO, a trans-Neptunian object, according to Science Now. But as I've said before, I sat with Pluto's founder, Clyde Tombaugh, many, many years ago when he was still alive in Vermont, and we talked about Pluto and his thought process for why Pluto was a a planet in his view was really quite compelling. And so I believe that Clyde Tombaugh spoke for me when he said that Pluto was a planet. So I'm sure it'll come back. Now, first of all, I want you to notice I'm taking another picture now. That's the comet's nucleus. It's gotten a little more elongated even. And if we go back and we look, you look at the shape here and notice the little star, okay? And we go ahead again. Let's do this. Go back. Okay, you see the star right there above the hand. All right, we do it again. You'll see the star is now further back, meaning the comet's going this way. And then we look at this one. I've got to actually turn it, sorry. And now that star is way back. Okay, so you can see how far the comet's been moving in the time that we've been looking at it. Okay, there it's in the middle of the coma. There that star is. You can just watch the comet moving against the star. See that? And then this. So it's moving quite fast. It's really moving quite fast. So, we will we'll be able to, figure out that velocity here pretty soon. I know that it's been calculated. I don't know it offhand. It's accelerating every day. It's getting faster and faster, but I can get the current value. Its distance was about an astronomical unit from us, meaning the same distance as the sun. So that was 93 million miles. So the light we saw from it, like last night, took 8 minutes to get here. Okay, and if we look at the comet from us now, let me see if I can find a distance. The distance right now of the comet from us is still just about 1 astronomical unit. It's sort of paralleling us right now, and it still takes about 8 minutes for the light to get here. So 8 minutes and 23 seconds or so, if you want to calculate that out. All right, just over an astronomical unit. So it's actually pretty interesting, and it's it'll be probably on May 23rd. The closest approach to Earth occurs, and that it'll be just about 0.78 astronomical units. So that's, if you take 93 million, which is an astronomical unit, and multiply it times 0.78, okay, that'll tell you how close it's going to get to us, and that number comes out to around 72 or 73 million miles. It's not going to be very close overall. All right, and the exact number, for those who want to know what that is 72,540,000 miles. All right, so between 72 and 73 million miles, and that's how close it'll be here, the closest approach to us. And then after that, of course, its closest approach to the sun will occur later. That's what's called the perihelion distance. And that will bring it closer to the sun than Mercury is to the sun, but not so close that it's going to be obliterated by the sun potentially. There might be a chance for it to survive, although it's breaking up now, so its brightness is going to actually get reduced over the coming weeks. But there's a very faint possibility, no pun intended, that it might actually get a little bit more bright in coming weeks. It depends on what happens in this nucleus. All right. So Amanda, did you want to add anything to this? You had some questions maybe, or did?
Yeah. Well, the one Mitch wanted to ask, the hypothetical Nibiru.
Yeah.
Where would it be? Where do the people think it is? They say, is it in our solar system, elliptical orbit, near the sun? Where?
Well,
if people were trying to find it, where would they look?
It's hypothetical. We don't have any evidence for it.
Well, I know, but is there no? I almost said lore. Is there no theory?
No.
If it did exist, most likely it would be here.
Well,
haven't found it yet, or
here's a
it's coming
problem.
from this direction, or I don't know.
Here's the problem with Nibiru. The biggest planet in our solar system is Jupiter. And Jupiter affects every other planet. We can tell Jupiter's effect on every other planet in the solar system. We can tell the effect of all the planets on every other planet. Okay, we can tell how much gravitational effect they will have. Now, Pluto is not affected very much at all by the Earth at all. Okay, but it's affected by Jupiter. Uranus and Neptune are affected by Jupiter, and Pluto is affected by Uranus and Neptune. Neptune less so by Pluto. So, but there's an effect. You can tell all the effects. You can figure out what the effects will be from all these different objects. And the thing we do not see is we do not see excess gravitational tugging going on that can't be explained by a diffuse set of objects out in the Kuiper Belt. There's no one mass out in the Kuiper Belt or beyond that is tugging on Uranus and Neptune in a way that makes us say, hey, there might be some massive object out there. Maybe Nibiru exists. I mean, none of that happens, but there is evidence that there is a Planet 9 maybe. And then Planet 9 is...
Not Pluto?
Huh?
You say Planet 9, do you mean Pluto? Or
no, see, that's, again, what I'm getting at is, this is, again, where we say Planet 9, meaning if we, as I said before, we're going to stick to the current astronomical dictate that says that Pluto is a dwarf planet, not a planet. So we have 8 planets, not 9, and so therefore Planet 9 would be the thing out in the Kuiper Belt. There might be a planet out in the Kuiper Belt. We do not know. We haven't found it. There is a search, however, that people are undertaking to try and find it. Okay.
Is there like an organization?
Well, I mean, NASA.
Like SETI or something? Or...
Not just NASA, but observatory programs have been looking for an elusive Planet 9 as well. And hey, I hope they find it, because that would make a lot of sense. If we could find it, then we would know what we are seeing. There is some, and I said before there's no evidence of it, but I said
the story's been around for a while. This theory's been around for a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it started before there was anything actual to base it on. People saw they saw that the Earth's magnetic field was changing, and they said, "Oh no, there's something, a planet that's on the opposite side of the sun as us that's causing it." And they said, "Oh no, we're having earthquakes that are starting up there more and more." Not really. None of that was actually true. There is no opposite mirror planet on the opposite side of the sun. We would see it. We would see it, and its gravitational effect we would see. And we don't see that. So there was a movie called Journey to the Far Side of the Sun, which I think started this whole mythology. A really, really good movie.
Well, I noticed when you said that, you said there might be a planet on the other side of the sun. But even if there was, it wouldn't be stationary over there. It would still... It'd
be in orbit if it was there.
Or what? It would just be 180 degrees from us at all times?
That's right.
Oh, okay.
So, now if it was, people say, and this is... Some people say this because they're unaware of all the astronomical data that shows exactly the opposite. Okay? If it was there, what would happen? Well, first of all, it would have a gravitational influence on Venus, Mercury, us, okay, and the sun. We'd see wobble in the sun that we couldn't explain. Well, we don't. We would see wobble in Venus and Mercury, which we couldn't explain, but we don't. We would see other effects on Mars that we don't. So there's no excess gravity in the inner solar system that's unaccounted for. And so we know that we have Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars in the inner solar system. And no more planets than that.
Okay, hold on. You got me thinking about this. So here comes some crazy questions. So if people want to take a bathroom break or go get something to eat. Okay. Has anything ever been to the other side of the sun? How long would a trip like that take?
What, to go, basically go 100 and,
Yeah,
to go 180...
to the opposite side from Earth, yeah.
186 million miles? Well, it would take some time and some finesse, because we would have to first figure out a way to use the gravity of other planets to get us there. You can't just get in a rocket and go,
which has been done, which we can do, yeah.
Yeah. So it might take might be a trip that might take, say, a couple years, maybe a year and a half.
Only? Really?
Well, I mean, we can get to
I thought
Mars.
we were talking like decades.
No, not to get just to the other side of the sun at the distance of the Earth. Okay. And we actually have satellites that are in orbit around the sun, and they look around the sun and its environs, and it sees Mercury and so forth. So we know there's nothing else over there. But
has it been to the 180 point of the sun?
No.
Has it been like has anything ever fully circled the sun, like, I mean, obviously like planets and stuff, but like, I don't know how to maybe phrase what I'm getting at. Like, has it done it fast enough so it could have gotten to like all the points?
No, I mean, we have not ever focused on going 180 degrees from the sun, from Earth, or on the other side of the sun, because we know there's nothing there but empty space where the Earth would be orbiting. There's no excess gravitational forces in the inner solar system that would indicate that something else is at play here. We know that,
Daniel's saying, what are stereo A and B? He says, don't we have solar observatories parked over there now? Stereo A and B. What's that?
Yeah, but those are actually satellites, but they're not at the 180 degree point from the Earth to the other side of the sun. They're parked at some angles to the sun, so we can actually see the sun from various sides at the same time. And he's right about that. So those are there.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, can we have like, a million satellites circling the sun so we can see like every point all at once live, kind of thing? Like.
Yeah, I'd love to have a million satellites, but I
mean, like, you'd have to go like,
yeah,
left to right and up and down and like do like 360s. I don't know.
Yeah.
All the way around to make like a big sphere,
Sure.
So how do you even do that?
Well, good question. Now the stereo satellites, they're actually, they're like ahead of Earth's orbit and behind Earth's orbit. Okay, so that they're actually able to look at the sun from different points. All right. So like it's sort of a new pair of locations that we can now view the sun from. All right, and we can see the sun and get the images, but all it's looking at is the sun. Okay, so it's not looking at anything else. All right, they're just meant to look at the sun.
Cool.
Yeah. But again, those satellites are ahead of us and behind us, all right, in our orbit. So they're actually able to look at the sun after we've been there and before we get there, kind of a thing. So it gives us sort of some warning if something's going to maybe happen at the sun. That's like a X-flare or something. We might be able to catch it in progress before the Earth gets there. And then, if it reaches the Earth, at some point, it'll tell us what's going to happen. Maybe we get some good early warning. But it's a fascinating mission that's worth looking at, I think. Okay, so...
and Donald wants to know, do you have any safeguards to prevent animals from getting into the dome? Tara said that there were fences in Arizona. What about Colorado? Colorado. What about Connecticut?
No, here I've actually been kind of, when I was out in the dome, I've kind of been trapped in the dome while a bunch of coyotes went by, and I didn't have any kind of weapon with me, so I just waited them out. They were howling around on the yard, and once they made their way through, I came out and went in the house. It was fine. But in Arizona, there's fences around the property. It's a 5-acre piece of land, which is all fenced in. It won't stop mountain lions. Mountain lions can just leap those. There's lynx out there. Of course, rattlesnakes can get through the fence. But, there are things you can do to prevent creatures of little critters from getting in to the building. First of all, the building's going to be sealed, so you can't get in. No creature's going to be able to get in. There's not going to be any holes to enter from. And now that said, the building would benefit from a little 2-foot wall all the way around it as a snake wall to keep the snakes out. Because I don't want to open the door and be met with a rattlesnake. That would kind of ruin my day. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I'm not too concerned, because I know the people that live out there. They've encountered rattlesnakes. In fact, the guy that owns the property, he's had to kill a 5-foot rattlesnake that was on his porch, and wasn't in any hurry to leave. So that's the unfortunate part of it. But they do exist out there. But one thing they don't have is bears. That's great, but they do have mountain lions.
Axie wants to know if you ever saw the Borisov comet.
I never saw Comet Borisov, and Borisov, only in of course the literature when it came through. But Borisov was one of those interstellar interlopers, kind of like Oumuamua. And Oumuamua in Hawaiian means messenger, right, from afar. And Borisov was a comet that was discovered. And how do they know it was interstellar? Well, in the same way, when Oumuamua came in, it was coming in on an orbit that wouldn't be one that's orbiting the sun. It was a hyperbolic type orbit where it comes in and then it goes out and it never comes back. So it just happened to come by the sun, zip by the sun, and move away in another direction thanks to the sun's gravity. But Borisov did the same thing. It came in on a really strange path and eventually ended up moving out. It'll move out in the same regard, the same way with this hyperbolic orbit that takes it away. It's never going to come back. It's not going to be a periodic comet. This comet here is a periodic comet, but it's so highly elliptical that it takes it 6,016 years to complete a single orbit around the sun. So it goes way out into the Kuiper Belt, way out past Neptune and Pluto, which is kind of an interesting juxtaposition, right? When you think about it, that goes really far. Just kind of a neat thing, So I really like the comets are really cool because with the comets you can see their motion, right? Here's earlier tonight, okay? See that star right there? Okay, we see that little star right there, and now if we keep going, watch that star, you'll see the comet is now to the right of the star a little bit, and now it's more to the right of the star and a little bit below, and a little bit to the right more and below, and then finally this last shot, which we took just a few minutes ago. So from the beginning, it's right there. The star is inside of it. And then at the end, okay, the star is right there. And the comet's right there. So obviously, it's moving at a fairly good clip. And a few, I guess it was like a week ago, we saw this, and the comet was actually breaking apart. We couldn't really see the break too much, but we saw how things were changing. Right now, if you look at this, you can see there's a bright area here, and there's another one here. It looks like another one here. It looks like it's in 3 separate pieces, doesn't it? You see those? Looks like it's almost like 3 separate pieces. And we zoom in more, we see more noise, but you see 1, 2, 3 kind of pieces. That might be a triple nucleus to this comet. That would be kind of cool, don't you think? Yeah. Now, in between, while we're waiting for the comet to move a little more, what I'd like to do is take us to another couple of objects. Would you like to do that?
Sure.
Alrighty.
Actually, Lynch Gaming just said that they were taking an astronomy course for college and are on an orbit period for their unit. Are there any tips maybe you could give Lynch for orbit period of astronomy?
Well, I mean, a period is an orbit, so I'm not sure what his question is.
Oh, no, it wasn't a question. It was just a comment, and I was just trying to, if you knew any little tricks or something when you were kind of learning about that in school, something that maybe helped you, or I don't know, just trying to be helpful.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Maybe it's just memorizing numbers or something, but was there anything that...
No, he see, if he's talking about orbits, then he's certainly going to be talking about, Kepler's laws of motion, and he's going to be talking about, the fact that the orbital mechanics of a body in an orbit will follow Kepler's laws of motion, and you can calculate Kepler's laws. You can actually calculate where a body might be, how it might be influenced by the gravity. The gravity uses a known constant, that's capital G. The large mass object is m, and then the small mass object, say between two bodies, is a little m, like say the moon. Over the radius squared between them, the distance, that's the gravitational force between the two bodies. And you can calculate, so two bodies that are in orbit around each other, you can calculate the gravitational force between them and the speed they need to go so that they will be in a orbit around each other. But you don't just have one object orbiting another. There's always, if you have two objects, those objects are always orbiting each other. A very massive object like the sun looks like it has the planets just orbiting around it. But if you watch the actual motion of the sun's orbit is a really strange motion. It's sort of moving all over the place as it orbits the galaxy. And that's because it's being tugged on by the planets. And so this moves the sun itself. Now it's imperceptible. The motion of the sun is all maintained within the sun itself, the diameter of the sun. But the sun's motion is there. It's moving around based on the tug of the planets. Jupiter is the biggest influence on the sun. As far as it is, it's still the biggest influence. So it's pretty, it can be, as he said, okay, as Lynch said, it's actually pretty difficult. If you're calculating the orbital velocities and trying to solve for the orbit of...
I think they said, hold on a second.
If you're trying to figure out...
Calculating orbit period from perigee to apogee.
Perigee? Yeah, the perigee to apogee, right. Perigee is when it's closest, and apogee is when it's farthest away. You know how to know the difference?
No.
You say apogee away. It begins with an A. So if it's far away, okay, so you just use that, all right? So that's for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for everybody. They can use this, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. That's true.
Apogee away. And what's the other one?
Perigee. Perigee, yeah. Yep. All right, so what I'm going to do now, I actually want to... so as far as any tips I can give you, well, solving an orbit is solving an orbit. You're going to be solving these equations of motion. And it gets really difficult when you have more than two objects. And with our solar system, solving for the motion is quite complex. You have to account for all the gravity of all the objects. And I know that you're not going to be doing this in that college course there, Lynch. I know that for sure. But you will have to figure out, say, how fast does Mercury go around the sun? Okay, based on its mass and distance from the sun, you can calculate how fast its orbital speed is, and how fast it has to go to maintain an orbit around the sun. And that's the kind of thing you'll be able to do. Did I miss another question here from Daniel Whittaker?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And I don't understand, but wouldn't we be able to tell if we were part of a binary system by the wobble? By a wobble?
Absolutely.
I don't know what that means, so sorry.
No, that's okay. We would actually definitely...
I'll be right back, actually.
Huh?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That was fast. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to actually... we're going to move to another object. We're going to go to a wonderful galaxy that's right nearby. You can hear the telescope. And the first thing it's going to do is move to a bright star. And maybe it'll move to Dubhe, which is right here. Okay, yeah, that's Dubhe. You can tell because Dubhe has another component right next to it. And it's going to first line up on Dubhe and center it, and then move down to this galaxy here, because it knows exactly how far that galaxy is. So it's going to line up, and then it's just as quick as it's there, it's going to be gone, because it's going to take off and head to this galaxy. So this is what's called high precision pointing, and the telescope is set to do that. And now as soon as Dubhe is focused and centered to there, it goes away, and the telescope is now moving down to this galaxy. The sound coming through is a little bit late to the video, so that's why it takes some time. I know, Carol, that people do love the sound, which I think is really cool. So now, what we're looking at right here is another galaxy. I was hoping we don't have to move the dome, so I'm going to just quickly check to see where we're looking. Oh, good. I don't think we have to move it. I think we'll be okay. All right. So let's do... we're going to do a image that's going to be 25 seconds at 10,000 right now. And we are first waiting for the telescope to acquire a guide star, which I think it's done. And I'll tell you in a minute, because I'm going to take a picture now. All right. So 25 seconds at 10,000 ISO. We will come back to the comet and see where the comet has moved. If you notice, again, you can see that, use that star as a guide, you can see how fast that comet has moved over a few minutes. Okay, and then the next one. And look how far that's away from the star. Okay, so the comet moved quite a distance in that short time that we have been looking. And look at that. This is a beautiful galaxy that is in Ursa Major, which is the Great Bear. It's called M82. When I was getting my astronomy degree, we called it the exploding galaxy, and it subsequently we found out it's not exploding. It is actually a star-burst galaxy. It's a galaxy that has a tremendous amount of star formation going on, and that's what this reddish area is. This is hydrogen 2, ionized hydrogen, and hydrogen is the most plentiful element in the universe, and it makes up a lot of galaxies' gas. And this is a gorgeous galaxy, and if we zoom way in, you can see some of the noise, but it serves to show you something interesting. You can see these areas in here are knotty and really chunky. There's all kinds of nebulae in here, but this galaxy is also quite disrupted. It's got some turbulence going on in here, and it's just one of the most beautiful galaxies there is. And this is a what we call an irregular galaxy. It's not a spiral galaxy with beautiful spiral arms. I'll show you one of those in just a minute. Now, the reason this galaxy looks like this might actually be because of another galaxy that is nearby that caused it to look this way. It's possible. We don't know for sure. But here's what I'm going to do. I just want to show you. It's such a bright galaxy that we can go down to 6,400 for the same amount of time for 25 seconds. And now when we go back to this and look, you see it's kind of got some noise in it. That's what these modeled areas are. This is noise because we're using this high sensitivity in the camera. But now 25 seconds at a lower rate is going to show this a little bit differently. It'll be dimmer, but sometimes dimmer is better. Okay, as you can see now, you can actually see some of this modeling a little bit more easily, and there's less noise. It's just a really phenomenal starburst galaxy. I actually studied this when I was getting my degree because I really thought this was a very interesting area, and we know a lot more about it now than we did back then. Now this blue, this Tara D's saying the colors. Yes, this blue area. This is new star formation here. Okay, and this red area. This is the ionized hydrogen area, probably from other hot young stars that formed in here and ionized the hydrogen, and of course made this hydrogen gas glow. It's just a really gorgeous galaxy. We could try one other thing here, and I'll try it even though I don't want to. You can't really see it. Oh, look what it did. It's doing this again. I am not. I've already written the company. I've had some issues with this program that's doing this to me. I can have it back here in just a few seconds. So one moment. Just a sec.
And I'm just wondering if you've been following along with chat while I was away.
Only a little. I've been trying to figure out what's going on here. I've got a issue with this program again. Not happy about this. I don't know why it's doing this.
Okay. Well, no, because earlier Lynch had said that they're studying radiation spectrum and light.
Yeah.
And that you can actually detect it through transit by light photometers. Photometers.
Yeah.
I always do that. That's how I learned how to read.
Yeah. No, that's okay. My one of my theses in astronomy was photometric analysis of certain stars. I found beta.
Yeah, I didn't know if I walked in mid-conversation. I didn't know if that's maybe what you were discussing.
Yeah.
When it came back or not.
Yeah, no.
Know if it's a gyroscope. I don't think so.
Okay, I'm trying to bring this back here. I've got an issue that I'm trying to.
It's Daryl. Hi, Daryl.
Yeah, he said he would come back possibly. What's going on here?
Come back? He hasn't been here.
I agree, but I mean, he said I was talking to him on Skype earlier.
Oh, okay. Daryl, would you like to join us? Actually, let's see if you're just waking up or not. When is the next time we will be able to see Venus in the Pleiades? I'm just testing a theory. A game theory. Don't plagiarize me, my pet. I mean, plagiarize me, don't copyright me.
Okay, here we go.
Do you have a photometer?
I do not. Photometers, there's some amateur type photometers that you can get, but my photometer I used in the school when I was getting a degree was really an expensive system. It was a professional system for a very large observatory telescope. I actually did this on a 24-inch Cassegrain system that was all computer controlled, so it was actually quite a unit. But I wanted to show you actually. I wanted to show you exactly what. Sorry. I wanted to show you what. There's another galaxy that I want to show you. And
there you go, Axie. I think it was Axie that was asking when to see Venus in the Pleiades. Daryl says 8 years from now. So.
Okay.
Thank you, Daryl. I I knew you'd know. I just knew you would know, and you did.
That's good. Okay, let me. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring us up north a little bit. That's the wrong way. Okay. I'm moving the telescope here because I'm trying to bring something else into view as well. Alright, so let's see if I got it. Let's do 25 seconds at 10,000 here. Right near M82, Measure 82, this starburst galaxy, there's another one called Measure 81. It's a beautiful spiral galaxy. And I'm just trying to shortcut, trying to find it without having to go through the entire find business with the telescope, because it'll go to a bright star again and do the high precision pointing, and it's right nearby. So let's see if I can do it. Well, that's pretty good. Centered. Nice. Okay, now when you look at this one, you can see that it has this rich spiral arms. Okay, and this is actually a fairly short exposure. While we're looking at this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back over here, and I'm going to set the ISO up to twice this, 20,000, and I'll go to a full minute on this. Okay, and I think that we should have a star in here that is good by now.
And
so
I'm not sure about the one you're using in particular, but Mark makes a lot of these programs and applications himself, so Lynch is impressed.
What's he saying?
Very precise application. They're impressed.
Oh, well, no, this is really good. I'm glad that people are enjoying it. So this is a 25-second photo, and I'm going now to a 1 minute long photo, and we'll see if the guiding is good and we're not at the periodic error where we might see a dash of stars. Then you'll see what 1 minute versus 25 seconds does. All right, so a little over double that. And so when we look at a galaxy like this, we can see the spiral arms just barely here, but we want to be able to see them a little bit brighter. So that's what I'm doing now, and we're using the slightly wider narrowband filter right now.
Hi.
Hey,
yeah,
Daryl.
I was gonna say, guess who we have?
Welcome, Daryl. I'm glad you could come in, man.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Amanda.
How you feeling?
Oh, hello, everybody. How do I feel?
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel. I just woke up. I fell asleep again right after you and I Skyped earlier tonight.
Yeah.
And I just woke up. Geez. I'm not hurting for a change, which is a good thing.
That's good.
And my body may just be catching up on restful sleep, but
Yeah.
good grief. I had been asleep all day and most of the night.
Well, you're certainly getting over something that was bugging you, that's for sure.
Oh, God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi, everybody. And it's not about me. It's about the show. And hello there, M81. Have you looked at the Comet Atlas Y4 already?
Oh, yeah. See, here.
Yeah.
Oops, that's not it.
But we will be going back later, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to check it out again, but see, here it is here, Daryl, and there's a little star right there above the coma, and as time moved on, you can see it moving, see?
Yep. That's like what we saw the other night.
You got it. Yeah. And then I went to M82 and checked out M82, which is, this is actually M82 here with,
Yep. Cigar
Losses.
Galaxy.
Yep. Starburst Galaxy is what we know it as now, and then
Is that the same as the Safer Galaxy?
Safer galaxies have a lot of energy coming from them, so they're a little different. This galaxy, the M82, sort of stands alone against Safer galaxies, But we can actually show folks at some point what the Seyfert galaxies are versus other types of galaxies. So this is 25 seconds of M81, and this is a minute of M81. And
Nice.
you can actually see right here in these spiral arms, you can see some knots, some bright spots. Those are a very bright stars that are forming in the arms. The arms are distinctively blue. The nucleus is distinctly yellow. Older star populations, younger star populations. Now the filter kind of puts a bluish cast to everything, but you can see very clearly. You can see a lot of the hydrogen alpha regions. That is, those H2 stellar nurseries in M81 here. You can kind of see them there. There's a sprinkling here, sprinkling there, and they're actually quite nice. And this particular filter shows them very well. We wouldn't see them otherwise,
Yeah. I imagine if it's doing this good on M81, could hardly wait to see what M33 looks like later this year, or if you pull something resembling a Messier marathon anytime soon.
Well, we talked about it. We did, didn't we? Yeah.
Subtle little nudge.
Yeah.
To get on it.
Yeah.
That'll probably be about a 4 o'clock in the morning object this time of year,
Yeah.
I bet.
Well, just remember, Daryl, if I do it, you better stay with us the whole time, man.
Oh, we'll see. I'd try. I'd make two or three pots of coffee, I guess.
Right. I just want to say something.
If we could operate it remotely, we could do it in like shifts.
Oh.
We could take like 2 hours and pass it on, and
That's true. That's true. I mean, all we have to do is get each of your computers configured correctly, and then you could drive the telescope while I took a nap.
There you go.
Yeah.
And there usually is a good place where there's sort of a dull spot, a dead spot, over the course of the night doing a Messier marathon where you can get some rest.
Like the spring? Like the spring sky?
Well, no, I mean, the Messier's marathons, usually they have them in March.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could do something resembling one in April still, but early in the evening, it's all the spring stuff, and then there's an area in there, I don't remember when it is, sometime middle of the night where things get dull for a while, and then the interesting stuff comes up again, or you can get up and see all the
summertime stuff.
Morning stuff, yeah, the summertime and fall stuff even.
Yep.
But anyway, I didn't mean to take away from what you're doing.
No,
so
not
carry
at all.
on.
Not at all. You're not taking away anything.
you're noticeably missed when you're not around, Daryl.
Oh,
Well, especially
sorry.
when I say, Daryl, what do you think? And I hear nothing.
yeah.
So yeah,
Sorry, please carry on.
No worries. I wanted to mention one thing about this Messier 81 galaxy here. Messier 81 might be responsible for what we see in this galaxy, which is M82. This irregular shape could have been caused by an interaction with this galaxy, all right, M81. And that's a possibility. They're actually very close to each other in space. If we actually look at our planetarium shot here, you can see that they're called Bode's galaxies, or Bode, however you pronounce it. And you have Messier 82 here and Messier 81, and they're actually right near each other physically in space. They're actually kind of almost the same distance, all right? This one is the Cigar Galaxy, or M82, is 12 million light years away, and M81 is 11.8 million light years away. So they're actually about the same distance, but they're close to each other in space. Okay, so these galaxies will be bright to each other in each other's skies. From anyone in the stars in this galaxy, you're going to see this galaxy pretty brightly in your sky. It'll actually show up. It might be a naked eye object out there, perhaps. I'm not sure. I would guess it probably is. At night, so it's actually quite an interesting set of galaxies here. And they're neighbors because they've probably interacted. But this galaxy doesn't seem to be worse for the wear. It doesn't seem to have suffered any ill effects through its interaction with Messier 82. So I don't know. That's it's a very interesting science to try and figure this out. But you can see a spiral out here. You can see the spirals here, the spiral arms. They're pretty extensive, and you can see all the stuff in there. And we've stacked and processed shots like this, and M81 has a staggering number of objects in its spiral arms to see. I think the focus is a little bit soft on it right now, meaning it's not quite focused where I would like it to be. And again, that's because the temperature drops a little bit. But it seems to be okay. But see, here's what you see with your eye. With a big enough telescope, you can see it. Now, if I go into a little 4K video here, and you can actually start to see right there. I don't know if you can see that little smudgy area. That is Messier 81, and this is going to kind of simulate it for you. As we go up higher, you can actually see now in our video mode here, this is a live video of the galaxy. You can actually see the nucleus of the galaxy and just a little bit more. In some telescopes, that's all you'd see, you know. And we can go up a little higher. You'll notice the noise increases too as we get up higher. But that right there is the practical limit for this camera. We go up to 409,000 ISO, which is actually pretty darn good. But let's just take it a step further. Let's do 40,000 ISO, and we'll go down from bulb. Let's go down to 30 seconds and look at this one more time, and we'll check it out. Again, we are on Messier 81.
I remember the other night, Mark, you looked like, watching you at the star chart in Stellarium, you looked like you were thinking about going to M51 the other night, and if you wanted to show an interacting pair of galaxies, that's certainly a place to do it.
Yeah, no, M51's next.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just hoping I don't have to move the dome for it, because it's sort of, it's kind of out of the way.
Yeah, I hear you.
We'll see.
I will be right back. I'm going to make my infamous cup of tea, so you may hear the tea kettle whistle.
We better hear the tea kettle. If we don't hear the tea kettle whistle, I'll be very disappointed.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
And we have some questions still coming in.
Okay.
Mitch wants to know what your thoughts are on Zachariah Stitchin's writings. Again, a name I know, but I don't know really any details.
Zachariah Sitchin, I've actually not a big, I don't have a big understanding of Sitchin. I've heard talks by people that studied his work, and my personal feeling was I was not impressed, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have any merit. So I can't be one to speak about it really, because I don't have a lot of knowledge about that. So I apologize for that, but I have heard Sitchin's theories here and there. I can't really remember them. I never really paid attention to them, unfortunately. But if someone wants to go up there, and talk about them, like, we can do it. I'm happy to entertain them if you want to remind me of one of them. I think he had some theories about Venus and stuff like that, which I did not buy at all. But if you want, you can ask me those questions, or we can talk about it. Just remind me, because I don't remember the details of it. Okay, we're going to go to another galaxy now, and let's hope that the telescope can get there. In other words, without having to move the dome. And we're off. You'll see streaks, some occasional streaks in the screen here as the telescope goes whipping by some stars. There's some. And then we should come to a bright star that it's going to use as a placeholder. That looks like the one. It's using Alcade, which is the end star of the handle of the Big Dipper. And it's going to center it up. And then we're going to end up going up there, I believe. Daryl's back. I hear you.
I'm back. Hi.
All right. Well, we're gonna see if
I'm sorry.
we're gonna see if M51 is gonna be visible right now. I think we might be able to do it without the telescope being affected by the dome. Let's see. It could be close. I think I see might be a little interference coming, but I'll move the dome if I have to because it's really a beautiful view. Okay. So
more questions.
All right.
I know I want to let you get your stuff in too, but every time I hear a lull for a second, I try to jump in.
No, you can interrupt me if you want to.
No. When we get to new objects and you want to tell people everything, you know.
That's all right. 20,000 at 20 seconds. I'm just going to see where the whirlpool is here. Yeah, I'm going to see where the whirlpool is in here, and then we'll, So this is M81 we're just looking at. Now we're going to see a face-on galaxy. And I might have to just... that's beautiful right there. Look at that.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
Talk about interacting galaxies.
Yeah.
That's a great... Oh, that's a nice picture.
Yeah, these raw photos are actually kind of pretty, guys. This is M51, Messier 51, the Whirlpool Galaxy. You can see the beautiful spiral arms in here. And then you see this guy right here, and it seems to have like a tail around here, and it does. That's actually an interacting galaxy. There's a second galaxy, maybe this is the result of a galactic collision, and it's found that this part of the disk of the galaxy, this galaxy, is actually warped. And this is a little farther away, I believe, from our view, so this is warped kind of into the page, so to speak. And this is farther down into the page than this is, I believe. I mean, I have to get that morphology right there. And we know that these two galaxies are in the process of collision. We don't have the final image yet, the final look, because we don't know if they're just passing by each other. It might be. Or maybe they're going to be kind of interacting through some type of long-term elliptical interaction that might merge the two together. Maybe they were torn apart. Maybe this one was torn apart. Maybe it was another spiral galaxy. Not sure. I don't actually know that morphology of the Whirlpool Galaxy. That would be something to look into.
Yeah. It's interesting that you mentioned, try to consider a three-dimensional view if we could get one. That those two aren't laying on a flat plane necessarily.
Right.
And I would wonder, I may have heard others do this before, some say the Magellanic Clouds, satellite galaxies of Earth, used to be bigger, and the interactions with our Milky Way have pretty much pulled away most everything, but and what's left might have been the core of the two satellite galaxies. Well, we might be seeing a similar thing happening here.
True. Actually, the Magellanic Clouds might have been the result of one galaxy that passed through our Milky Way.
Pardon me, Tico's.
Of course. And split apart, So that's a possibility. So this is beautiful. If you look right down in the core here, you can actually see some really, really nice details in here, but I'm going to try and get us a little bit try and get a little better focus here. So I want to move over a little more. Are we going this way? Yes. All right, so I'm going to move us over a little more. Okay. And I want to just focus a little bit on that. Okay, so now I want to take that star and I want to use it for focus. So this is the part of astronomy that you guys get to see, right? It's like when they actually start to focus on a few things and actually use the tools. So let's wait for the telescope to stabilize. Okay, it's stabilized. Now let's focus. You can hear the focus faintly in the background there in the dome. Alright, and we go beyond what it needs. There we are, we're beyond what it needs. Go the other way now.
Oh, I missed Amanda's question. What was it?
I don't know. I missed it too. What was my question?
It's kind of funny.
Oh, maybe me interrupting Mark with my questions. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, thank you, Carol. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. My fault. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm just sort of boring with my focusing mode.
I'm sorry. Not very professional of me. I got a message that distracted me for a moment.
Well,
I'll
that's
admit
okay.
it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, I got too comfortable with Daryl coming in too.
Ah, that's all right.
Well, you can interrupt me anytime, Amanda.
See, I told you, Amanda. You can always interrupt both of us. We've told you that.
No, well, Go ahead, Daryl.
Everything's better with Amanda.
I love that tag. Thank you. Thank you.
Probably knew I was going to say that.
I think he did. I think she did.
Well, no. I mean, when we move to a new object and you want to tell people about it, obviously, I want you to, give them the information so they know what we're looking at and everything. Because they'll ask if you don't say, right?
Yeah.
But when there's a moment, before you jump to the next topic, I try to slide them in by.
Yeah, that's fair. Look at this now.
Collecting. Guys, I am collecting all your questions. It might take a while before I get it out there, but I'm trying to keep them in order. I do throw a few of my own questions in from time to time, and it might sidetrack us, but
you're allowed.
I am watching. I am getting your questions, guys.
You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, keep them coming, guys.
I got the focus now, so I'm actually going to a little more. It actually looks pretty good. Okay, so now if we go, we'll do 20 seconds at 20,000 again, just to show you some things inside this galaxy that are really astonishing. Okay, so here's the previous photo, and I'd move the galaxy over so I could use this star for focus, and then I actually started focusing on the galaxy a little better. You can actually see this modeling in here. Okay, this one's done now, so let's get it back more centered. Now look at that. Look at this.
That's nice.
Yeah. So now you see this modeling. This in here, this is all, these are dark lanes in the galaxy, dark dust and gas. You can see it. Then you see hydrogen 2 regions. These are regions where there's star formation and stellar nurseries going on in here. Here's some big ones here. Can't miss them. This is kind of new to SkyTour LiveStream. We haven't had the capability to see this very clearly in the past. So we added a filter that would allow us to capture just this, and that's what this filter is right now. By way of just answering like what I mean by that, let's actually go to filter wheel number, filter 5, which is an empty filter. It's just gonna be a white light. Okay, and take this photo again. All right, so now we'll do 20 seconds at 20,000 again. The focus may be a little off because going through the filters can change the focus a little bit.
Hold on, can you guys hold on 1 second? I'm sorry. I want to interrupt this stream. I don't know if it's true. I have to go verify this. Guys, I'm really, really sorry.
What?
For the people that know me, they will not believe this right now, because I'm not believing it. I'm going to verify this right now. Bill just found my phone. I don't know if this is true. Wait a second. You guys know, some of you guys might know his friend Jade, who can remote view. He just remote viewed where it might be, and Bill just went live to find it, and he's holding it up right now. This is what I was just messaged. Bill is streaming right now. I have to check this out. Please excuse me, guys.
Go ahead.
I'm almost shaking. I don't
Stop
believe it.
talking about it and just
I
go.
don't believe it.
It's fine. Let me tell you what that's all about. When Amanda came to...
I'll be back.
All right. When Amanda came to Pine Bush, was it a couple years ago? Last year. She lost her cell phone. And she had no idea where it was. She ended up being without it. She got another one. Well, it turns out, if what you heard was true, it's been found. Because somebody remote viewed where it is, I have no idea. But we'll see what happens. She'll be back in a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting into boogity boo stuff now. I like the pet.
Dude, I'm about to burst into tears.
Why? You don't like our stream?
Because Bill is holding my phone right now, live on his stream.
Okay. Where was it? Where was it?
Oh my God.
Amanda, where was it?
Oh my God. Jade. Sorry, I'm listening to Bill talking. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on.
Okay, go take care of it. We'll continue here. Don't worry.
It was Colonel Mustard in the library with a paperweight.
Exactly.
Okay, hold on a second.
I know. We heard you. Go.
Okay. Apparently, Jade, who can remote view, he said it looks like Amanda was wearing a hoodie with a front pocket, and it fell out, and Ma picked it up and moved it. And I'm like, well, no, because she knew I was looking for my phone. He asked me if my phone was sparkly. Well, someone was sending messages back and forth. They said, was your phone sparkly? And I said, no. And they said, well, it's beside something sparkly. It's to the left of an alien head. So Bill went over to his alien head, and there was a sparkly pillow. And he looked around, and it was under the sparkly pillow, somewhere near an alien head. I mean, how mental is that? Guys, I lost this phone last May when I went to New York to visit Bill for the first time. May of 2019. He just now, live on YouTube, found my phone because someone who's not there, who's not even in the same state as him, remote viewed it. Oh my, sorry guys, I am blown away. I am shaking. I cannot believe it. Oh my God, I'm spazzing out. I'm so sorry.
I'm not shaking for the record.
Phones.
Yeah, now you have two.
No, but you know what? I don't even really care about the phone. I did get a new phone. That wasn't the thing. It was so many people looked so hard. We turned that house inside out. I mean, it made me sick. It made me sick to my stomach to think, and I didn't want to think. I didn't want to believe it. I always wanted to believe it was somewhere lost at Bill's. But I just, the thought had to occur to me, did someone maybe take it, And I just thought, no, I was there with friends, and these are good people. These are people from our community, I couldn't, But just that nagging thought, it made me sick to think, that something like that could happen. And just knowing that it was really lost there, I don't even care about the phone. It restores my faith, It just...
Excellent.
I knew no one there would have done something so horrible,
Well, I mean, I said that from the moment it started. I said it just got lost. No one took it.
I know.
Ma took it. It's Ma's fault. Isn't that what you said?
Right. She couldn't have.
Ma is Bill New York Skywatcher's mother, for those watching who don't know who that is. So actually, that's a very good thing. So he'll send you back your phone, and then you'll have 2 phones. You won't know what to do with it.
This makes me think, for some reason, talking about Boogity Boo a minute ago. I used to watch The Pet Psychic on Animal Planet. I loved that show. And her signature line was she would sit down with pet owners and the pet would tell her what was on the pet's mind, and then she would tell the owners. And her most famous line was, "Your dog wants ice cream." So there.
Hold on, I'm sorry, my mind is blown. Do you guys mind if I drop off the call for just a few minutes and I'll be back?
Actually, that's probably best. So you can go take care of this with Bill. I think it'd be pretty cool.
I'm sorry, I want to, this is just too crazy.
No way, go.
This is too crazy. I'm sorry, guys, I know it's so unprofessional, but I mean, this is...
Amanda, stop making excuses. Go. Go ahead, just go.
That's amazing. Okay, I'll have a great night, everyone. I'll be back soon.
Bye.
Bye. Your dog wants ice cream.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I really didn't. I mean, losing a phone can be obviously a problem, but I never kind of got into it as much as she did. That's all right. To me, it wasn't a big deal. I knew it would turn up at some point, so I'm glad it did. So I'm happy about it. But hey, it was just a lot of energy she just expended in the last 10 minutes here. Oh well. Anyway, we're on the Whirlpool Galaxy by request from Daryl Mason.
Speaking of psychic phenomena, were you thinking of going to the pinwheel next?
I was.
Yeah, because I was about to say something earlier, and Amanda took off, and
yeah, it's right there.
And I saw it right there. I saw you looking at it.
Yeah, I'm going for that. So this is a galaxy that's actually quite bright. So we can look at the details in the center here. That's actually really nice.
It is.
Okay. And but now what we're gonna do is we will actually go back to this other galaxy we want to see, which is the pinwheel. And then we're gonna
M101.
And then we're gonna head back to the Comet as well. And so we're gonna go to the pinwheel now. And when we do that, we can't just zip through space to get it like we did this one. The M81, M82. It's probably gonna go to Alcade over here, or let's see which one it's going to. It's probably Alcade. Yep. So it centers on Alcade, brings it down into the view, centers it up in the guide scope, and then from there it knows exactly where to go and how much distance to get to this pinwheel galaxy. Takes a little longer for the telescope to zero in on things, but you know what? It's excellent because the telescope can recenter itself when it gets lost a little bit. But it does depend on being able to find some stars, so you do have to make sure there's enough room. And that's why a roll-off roof is better, where you don't have to worry about the edge of the dome being in the way. Okay, like right now, is it in the way? Okay, and the answer is no, it's actually in better position.
Ta-da!
Yeah, so I think if we come back here now, we should see that we're actually at the pinwheel galaxy right there. All right, and how are we going to know? Well, the only way we know is by doing a 20-second to 20,000 shot to check the pinwheel. This is another face-on galaxy, so we're looking right down on the top or the bottom of this galaxy, and we'll be able to see it. Now, at this point, we should have our star, our guide star, so I will take the picture, then come in here. All right, and I'm just going to zoom out so we see where it is in the field of view.
I hope, I think Bill is doing a Skywatcher live stream tonight, not a gaming live stream, so maybe he will save that. That would be worth going back and watching.
Oh yeah, no, he will. Actually, there it is. Yeah, actually, he caught the Starlink satellites earlier tonight, which is kind of cool.
Did he? I heard he caught some last night too.
Yeah.
I think, or last time he streamed.
I just watched 4 of them go. Not now, but earlier tonight I watched 4 come through. Okay, here it is. This is M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. And let me Let me take this and bring it down further into the field where we can see it a little better. And move it a little this way. I hope I'm going the right way. I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, so all I did was move it down into the field a little better so we can see it. Sometimes the telescope, when it gets in these positions, it changes the orientation and it can mess us up, and I might go the wrong way. So what I did was I thought I was going down and over a little, so we should be right here with it now. Maybe it might be a little lower. It's just there we go, that's good. 20 seconds at 20,000. There's the pinwheel galaxy. Look at it. You can see some nice detail in there, but I think the benefit of the pinwheel comes out when you take longer exposure. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go take a 1 minute shot right here, and we'll do it. I'll drop it down 1 to 16,000, reduce noise a little bit. So 1 minute at 16,000, and we should now be able to see some more details in this galaxy. Whenever you look at a galaxy like this, a spiral galaxy, the spiral arms, they consist of young hot stars. This is where star formation occurs, and it's usually because of the fact that in the spiral arms, the physical interactions which make the spiral arms in these galaxies are also responsible for compression of the dust and gas in those spiral arms, which also is the reason stars form at all, is from this compression occurring. And we call
density waves.
I was going to say, well, you call those density waves. And the weird thing about spiral arms is you see a spiral arm and people think that they're swinging around the galaxy and orbiting and spiraling around the galaxy. And then this photo actually shows it okay, but we have a little walk here on the image, I think. A little bit. But I want to show you something with this, okay? When you look at these spiral arms, here's how these actually work. You might think that the galaxy's spinning around, these arms are swinging around. Well, if they were, the galaxies would wind up, wouldn't they, after a while? So why do we see spiral galaxies at all? Wouldn't they have already wound up after 13.8 billion years? The answer is yes. So how come they're not? The reason that they're not wound up is because these spiral arm structures are not spinning up and winding up as you think. These are actually created by what are called density waves. What's a density wave? Well, you see a density wave at 5 p.m. on every weekday from traffic helicopters. How does that possibly relate to galaxies? Here's how. When you look down on a highway from a traffic helicopter, you see cars moving along on the highway, moving along on the highway, moving along on the highway. Then they come to a traffic jam. And then they move slower, and they move slower, and they move slower. Then those cars move through the traffic jam, and now they're speeding up again. So a red car that's here comes along here, slows down, gets in a traffic jam, then speeds up as it gets out of the traffic jam. So the red car comes through that center section, that knotted area where the traffic is bound up. That red car went through a density wave. The density wave consists of different cars at any one time. They're all moving through. They slow down, then they move faster and move through it. So when the stars are orbiting a galaxy, they're orbiting through the spiral arms. They don't stay in the spiral arms. They're moving through the spiral arms, just like the car moves through a traffic jam. The traffic jam is the density wave. Follow? It's a really non-intuitive concept. Okay? But that's how you think of it. Think of it as a traffic jam of stars, but they're not the same stars all the time. They're moving through. That's why stars that are young and form here, they're getting held up by the density of material in here, and that sparks new star formation, and those end up moving out. See? And then they move around the galaxy. Now here you can see this is a very large association of hot young stars and nebulae that are a very, very I should say prolific stellar nursery setup over here. There's several of them. Okay, there's several nurseries in this one region right here. See them? And this is an area in M101 where star formation is occurring. Here's another one over here. Okay, part of a spiral arm here, right? This area here is another one. There's another one over here. They're everywhere. Now, if we take a long, deep photograph and stack, here's more, and here's more, we're going to find little areas that have little tiny dots in them, kind of like this one. Now, that could be a star in the foreground, but it could also be a very large cluster in this very distant galaxy. All right. And in some of the closer galaxies, like the Andromeda Galaxy, we can identify globular clusters. All right. And other galaxies like this are no different. We can see them at a distance. And globular clusters are clusters that we'll see one that'll be very prominent. M13 in Hercules, the great cluster in Hercules, is there. That's another one that we'll look at. I'm going to start another exposure here, and we got a minute there at 16,000. Let's go up one. No, I'm going to leave it at this. I'll leave it at 16. And we'll do it again. I just want to see where we are in the guiding arena, because I think that these stars are slightly elongated. I'd like to see if I can get a perfectly good set of stars. This is a beautiful shot, though, Daryl, huh?
Whoops. Yes, it is.
You know, you can see.
I was on mute.
No, it's all right. Yeah. I want to welcome some of you that are here. I see Richie Jr.'s here again. That's nice to see you, man. He came out to see us before. Daniel's here. Cypher 2's here. Lynch, thanks for coming. I'm wondering if you've been here before, Lynch. I don't remember seeing you. And we have D. Vincent is here. Weird Guy's here. D. Smith, I think I said hi to you. Maybe I didn't. I said hi to Genghis earlier.
Hi, Genghis. Hi, everybody.
You guys are amazing. Thank you for coming out. I love having you here. And you guys are, and of course, Axie's here. It's really nice to see you here. Yeah, this is a better guide. This is a better one. Not bad. Really nice. M101 is known as a low surface brightness galaxy. It's not the brightest galaxy, but it's not the dimmest either. Some galaxies are somewhat dim, and M101 is actually pretty large, if you notice. And for its size, okay, it's actually not that. It's not that far away comparatively. If we get its distance, it's around 20 million light years away, which is a little bit more than M81 and M82. But it's not. It's not far enough, so we can't. So we wouldn't be able to see some of the details in it. Like these can also be what are called OB associations, very, very hot young stars, and most likely they are. These we got this here, these. I mean, you can see them everywhere. The longer you look at this galaxy, the more they seem to stick out and come out and jump out at you. You see, and if we were to take, say, 35 photos of this and stack them, we might end up with one heck of an image. And I'll just take a couple here, and when I do the stack, you'll probably see them. It'll look pretty good.
I imagine you must be near moonrise tonight, Mark.
Midnight, yeah. It'll be rising around midnight. So that's why we're going to look at the comet right after this photo here. Because I don't want to get too much going on. We can actually check. Stellarium will actually show us a very accurate moonrise calculation here. So let's go look here. We're going to be over here. And it rises just after midnight. So it's 10 of. So the moon's probably... let's see where it is. Hold on. We can get rid of the ground and see where the moon is.
Probably over the tail of Scorpius tonight. Or, yeah, Scorpius, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
The moon, early this morning, the moon was right over Antares in Scorpius.
Well, it's right here.
There it
So
is.
you can see it's just below the horizon, like we said. Right there.
Yeah, and you would probably say it's in Ophiuchus, but you know, as far as astrologers are concerned, I guess it would be in Scorpius.
Yeah.
Just north of Scorpius in Ophiuchus.
Well, we're right up high here, so we're actually seeing this galaxy as among the best we might be able to see it. But knowing the moon is going to rise, I'd like to get one more shot of the comet. So would you guys mind if I kept the coordinates in here? So maybe we should jump back to the comet for a few seconds. What do you say? Does that sound good?
For it. Sure.
All right, so we're going to hit go to now, and we're going to head back to the comet. Because I would like to get that comet. All right, there we go. I'm hoping I don't have to worry about the dome. It's going to a star right now, though. I mean, and it's not at Dubé. It went to some other star. What star did it go to? I see red, though, so I think I got a little dome here for that. Oh, gosh, it went to a star way down there. Holy cow. It went to a star way down in Auriga. See that?
Huh. Comet's going to be way up to the upper right of that, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where it's heading. Yeah. So it went down, and the dome was sort of in the way there, but it actually came out here. And that's about where it is. It's correct where the comet is. I mean, that's where the comet is, right? So there's the end of the dipper, and there's that. That's here. And this looks like it should be correct. But let's go down and get another shot here. We'll do 16,000 for 20 seconds. I believe that from this perspective, we don't have an issue with the dome. Yeah, I think we're okay here. All right, let's go get it. Let's go grab our shot before the moon comes up and ruins it. And we'll adjust the location if we have to. Look at that red pixel right there. It's not a red star. Where are we?
Is that it over on the right edge?
Yeah, that's it. I just have to... Yeah, okay. So I just gotta go grab it and pull it down.
Top edge now?
I believe so.
I saw a fuzzy up there at any rate.
Yeah, no, it's there. That's what it is. Let me just pull it down now a little.
Did I see an extended tail in that image you were just at?
You did. As you'll see, there's some more tailage going on. All right, let's just do 20 seconds here. 16,000. And now this will be down here.
I don't see now what I saw on the last one. As far as the tail goes.
Yeah.
That's putative tail.
And there it is. See, there's the tail. You see the tail. Right?
Yeah, I must have been seeing an artifact or something, because what I saw would have been to the right of the comet, I think, or to the lower right of the comet.
Oh, I mean down
But,
here?
yes. It just looked like a little streak.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm oriented now. Orientated, I guess, as an English person would say.
And let's, if we look at this, the star that is that we were tracking from, I think is this one right here, or maybe it's that one. We'll see when I do the time lapse later. Okay, so now we got that. Now we know where it is. Let's do 1 minute on this one and see what we get. Get us a nice bright comet, and we'll go at 16,000, so we won't actually have too many problems. Now, the telescope has not been, it didn't guide perfectly here. It's still a little elongated, you can see. But we'll see what that does. This was rotated. That's a right ascension error. But it could be from something we call a periodic error correction that's required. So it takes about 6.5 minutes for this telescope's gear to go through one complete cycle of the guide process.
You mentioned that last stream.
Yeah.
I wondered at the time, because you mentioned my name as part of that. Once upon a time, one revolution of the worm would be 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And the large worm gear had 359 teeth on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if that missing tooth on the large gear, that was the 4 minutes a day thing right there.
Yeah.
In a so-called clock drive, that's the whole thing, where as we orbit the sun, we see any given star rise 4 minutes earlier every day.
Mm-hmm.
Sidereal day.
Yep.
And so a 4 minute worm and a 359 tooth worm gear gave you a sidereal day.
Yeah. I mean, I do know that the calculation for this drive on this telescope, it tells us that we get about 6.5 minutes for one revolution of that gear. Don't ask me why. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is just the technical. Yeah, I know. I don't know what it's from. It makes no sense to me, actually, but it's borne out to be correct. I'm going to do something here. Let me think. Okay. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here. Down to there. And there. And then here. And then this. Okay.
Tell us what you're doing there.
All I did was there's a parameter that I just changed, and that parameter was for the guide scope. I set the correction parameter from 10 to 5. Cut it in half. Now what did I do? I'll show you. Because I'm doing this again for a minute. Because if I were to show you this again, you can see that the stars are streaked. And they're streaked in right ascension. And the reason I know that is because it was like this. Okay, and that's the right ascension direction here. And so we rotated it to normalize it so we could see it. So by going to 5, I should get rid of those streaks, and maybe I need to go almost to 1, as I did with the declination.
Comet's color is coming out really nice tonight.
Yes, at 1 minute you will get that. Exactly so. See, the longer the exposure, the better the color rendition. So that's why I'm doing the longer exposures. Okay, that didn't work. Okay. I could also be at that point where the periodic error is right in the middle of the problem. Hey, I just realized tomorrow's Easter, huh?
It is.
Jeez. Happy Easter, everybody. Hope you guys have a good Easter. You know, and we got 55 people watching, so I'm just wishing you 55 happy Easters. Very nice. Okay, well, let's see. There's the beautiful comet. And let's do our best here to figure out what else I could do. I know what I could do. I'm going to go back again before the moon rises. I'm rushing to beat the band here. We're going to try this again now. Let's do this, and we're going to go down, down. All right, now we're going to change the right ascension correction to just 2, and now see if I went the right way. And I'll drop this down. Instead of a minute, having to wait a minute, we'll just go 30 seconds. We'll see an error. If there's an error, it'll show up. Oh, my neck hurts tonight, guys. I don't know why. Oh, I do know why. Once I got this Navy project out of my shop, I was cleaning all day in there today, and we vacuumed. I had so much fiberglass and sanding dust on the floor from this model that we had to build for the Navy. It was 10 feet long, submarine. And now it's in the hands. Look, I think we got it, Daryl.
Huh?
I'll tell you in a minute. It's in the hands now of the Navy, and from what I understand, they're happy. Well, it's almost there.
I bet you're going to make some admiral very happy.
Yeah.
I bet he's going to have to buy a bigger desk to set that on.
Yeah. No, it was actually made for a show where it was going to be put on display, but the show was canceled. Conference, I mean. So, no luck.
Due to the coronavirus?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It'll wind up on the admiral's desk.
Yeah, 10 feet long. You'll need a big desk, like you said.
Yep. Well, they'll put it up on the wall or something.
No.
Those guys, they score the really cool models.
Yeah, they do.
That'll be just like, Picard's ready room or whatever it is, where he has all the old Enterprises up on the wall.
Make it so, number one. Exactly. That's right. Yeah. And as far as, I hope you guys, by the way, are enjoying this. We did some Galaxies like I promised. We did Venus like I promised. And the Comet like I promised. So I kept my promises to you guys tonight. I think it makes a lot of sense. All right, let's see what happens here now. Oh, look at that's really bad. Look at what's happening there. It's on an angle too. All right, maybe. I'm experimenting with the drive rates here, guys. Give me a moment here. Let's see. Let's go in again and go down past that one. Go into the right ascension correction, and now let's do 0.5 and say enter, and then go down and hit enter, and now let's do 0.5 again for the declination correction, and now we should be now let's do 30 seconds to see. See, if you notice, when we did 30 seconds, the color didn't seem to come out. And then when we did a minute, you actually saw the colors come out, like you noticed, Daryl. There's a certain point where the color will come out and where the color will actually saturate the detector on the camera. And for this particular comet, we're talking about, probably 20,000 ISO for a minute. But this 16,000 for a minute brings it out as well. Did we just do 30 seconds and it's not still all messed up? Yeah, we did. All right. Interesting. So I'm gonna have to figure out why that's doing that. I don't like that. It's well balanced. I haven't unbalanced it. Oh, you know what I was thinking?
Wind.
You know what I was thinking? No, there's no wind. Wind would make squiggles. This could be a cable pull. If there's a spot where the cable is pulling, then this could be causing a problem.
Well, it certainly would.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try one more thing. I don't want to have to run out there, but I will if I have to. Okay. Let's do this now. Okay, now I'm going to set the numbers from 5 and 5 to 10 and 10. Which shouldn't have to happen. We'll find out. Alright. Now let's try again a 30-second shot. Then I'll go out and I'll check and see if the cables are got a problem. Cable management is the biggest problem for a remote telescope. And I noticed there was one spot where a coiled cable, the focus cable actually, was actually catching last night on something. And I corrected it by moving the focus cable to another wire bundle. But it might still be that another cable got caught. So I will fix all that. And this is why you do it here, Oh, look at this.
Not bad.
Not bad. Let's zoom in. Slight elongated. But that's 30 seconds, man. So let's go to the 1 minute here and see if we can do it. I might have had this going the wrong way. Okay. The thing to keep in mind here is when we look at our comet here, all right, again, a nice elongated nucleus tells us a lot of things about a comet. Usually comets have a round nucleus with a tail streaming back. This nucleus has an elliptical look, which means it's probably broken into several fragments, like we said. You and I, Daryl, we caught what we thought was a breaking nucleus last time we looked at this.
Yeah, last time you did a stream with Carol.
Yep, that's right.
I was in chat.
Yep, you were.
Yep, and you saw one very discreet looked like a little particle on the screen.
Yeah, that's right.
Speculated at the time that maybe it was starting to fragment.
Yeah, and then a couple days later, or 3 to 4 days later, we hear the news that it was. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought maybe that it's possible that it was. Okay, well, there we go. So now you can actually see the color very nicely. This is the cyanogen. This it looks blue here, but it's actually green. And that's because the tint the filter's throwing at you here. But this is 1 minute on Comet Atlas Y4. And if you notice, that elongation is pretty clear there, and I think that's the star that was really close to it earlier tonight, and it's been moving kind of like down this way. So that was actually inside the coma earlier tonight, and so that's how far it's moved in 2 or 3 hours. All right, not bad, and it's great to actually see it. And of course, the 1 minute. I'll teach you something else. Those of you that don't know this, maybe some of you do, especially the astronomy folks out there, including you, Daryl. If you're looking at an object, straight at the object, you say, wow, it looks pretty, I see the color. But if you look over here, right here, look at this arrow. And now, out of the corner of your eye, the comet colors look even more vibrant. That's because you're using something called averted vision. When you avert your vision a little, you can actually see the colors better because you have a concentration of those color receptors in a ring around the center that show up. You also have rods, which are black and white receptors at the very edges, which is why when you look away from the darkness, you can see something in the darkness, but when you look at it, you can't really see it if you're like outside. And that's the night vision that we evolved to hunt for predators from our caves when we were living as a species that was predated upon by other creatures, when we had other animals out there that would try to eat us as well, when we were food. So, pretty cool.
Visual astronomy, if you're looking through the eyepiece, oftentimes, if you're looking for some faint fuzzy and you're not sure you're seeing it, centered in the eyepiece, you can look off to the side a little bit, and all of a sudden you'll see it jump out.
Exactly right. Okay, now I'm going to actually do one more. I'm going to go into the bulb setting, and I'm going to actually go for 1.5 minutes here. Let's see if we can do that. I'm tempted to do 2 minutes. I've done that before with no problem, but in the interest of keeping people's attention, I just want to see if I can get this color. Now this is not white light. We're using the slightly broader narrowband filter. If we use the very tight narrowband filter, we're not going to see as much detail in the comet because those frequencies aren't being given off by the comet so well. But this narrowband filter we're using, this slightly more broad narrowband filter, is going to show us a lot of higher contrast and get rid of this glow around the comet that we see. That we normally could see in white light. It would actually be very bright around the comet. And for 1.5 minutes, it'd be quite bright, actually.
The very narrowband filter, that's more attuned, similar to the Hubble palette, is it not? I mean, it has hydrogen alpha, beta, O3, and sulfur, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And the moon has just risen, folks. So we do have there's probably a dome of glow on the horizon that probably hasn't reached here yet, where the scope is pointing. All right, so we are okay for the moment here. We won't be looking at any nebulae tonight, but that's okay. So if you think about it, okay, what's really kind of cool? Oh, hey, look at that. That's not good.
Oh.
That didn't work too well. It's almost like star trails. All right. Wow. I'll be doing some tuning on that one, won't I? Yes, you will. That's all right. All right, so not bad. It still didn't come out. I mean, it's still not bad. So now, going back to this now, I'll take a picture while I'm here. So going back to our previous good one, and we can actually see now that this 1 minute shot shows us the comet, and it moves quite fast through the course of the night. It's moved about this far over the course of the night, actually probably from here to about here. Quite a large movement for one night. Yes, Daniel. Capella is actually. Let me show you where Capella is. If you look here, Right, Capella is down on the northwestern horizon. Right down here. Okay. So we're here. We're actually quite far from the zenith, and I think that's probably why the telescope... Oh, we're right in the middle of the periodic error, I think. That's okay.
Mark, would you excuse me for a moment, please?
Sure. I'm gonna be closing down the stream here actually pretty soon, Daryl, because I have to be up pretty early tomorrow.
Okay.
But,
well, I'll stick around then.
Oh, you sure? Okay.
Yep.
Well, yeah, we've gone 3 hours and 51 minutes, so I think we did pretty good. And on the next clear night, the moon will rise even later. So it's very clear tonight. So we had a very nice, very, very nice evening, folks. I want to thank you all for coming out and checking out SkyTour LiveStream. If you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe and hit that, hit the bell so you can see when we're going to be around next. And I wish we could say that we'd be on every single night, but we are subject to clear weather. But keep in mind, we're going to have twice as many chances very soon, because we're going to be opening up the Arizona Observatory here probably by July. It was supposed to be the end of this month, but the coronavirus delayed all the plans. So we will have 2 telescopes, 2 observatories that can run together or separately, and I think that we will be in really, really good shape. Wait until you see the skies. The skies of Arizona, the Sonoran Desert, it is stunning. I'm going to tell you something about me when I was standing on the pad out there, the flat concrete pad, which I poured a couple months ago out there in the desert. I was standing on this pad miles from any civilization, but not far enough away that I wouldn't have internet with good upstream capability for sending out a stream. And when I did, I was standing on the pad taking photographs of the night sky there. I literally looked up at the sky, and for the first probably, no lie, probably 45 minutes, all I did was stare. I was like, wow.
I think I would have thrown down a sleeping bag and just stayed out there all night.
It was a beautiful location. I wouldn't trust a sleeping bag because you don't want to wake up with a snake in your sleeping bag or scorpions.
Right.
Or say have a mountain lion come along and say, "Hey, look, a bag lunch."
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, the sky was so beautiful that I stared and I wondered why my face was wet, and I thought it was humidity or something. And there was no humidity out there. No. I was actually, tears were coming out because I was like, so stunning. It just grabs you. If you've never seen a dark sky, this sky grabs you. It grabs you so hard and doesn't let go. It was beautiful. And so that's why this particular location is magical. It's a magical location.
Oh, I bet you forget all about them old Connecticut skies once you get Arizona skies.
Well, but you got to keep in mind there's going to be a several hour difference. So I could start here, say at 8 o'clock at night, and maybe or so at 8 o'clock, say around like tonight. I started at 8:30. But it's only 5:30 in Arizona at that time, and the sky is still bright. So I would actually start here at 8:30 and go to about 9:30, 10 o'clock, right? Maybe 10:30, and then cut over to the Arizona Observatory for deep sky views there as well. So we'd start one and then the other. It'd be kind of cool. So it's actually really pretty. This one actually worked out nicely. Yeah, and here we go. Well, there it is, folks. Moon's up. The blue sky is the moniker of some moon glow. I just think that's great. But I told Daryl, 10 minutes ago, I'm about to shut down the stream. And you guys, if you've never been here before, when I say I'm going to shut down the stream, it usually ends up being just one more, just one more, just one more. Now I think I'm known as Mark. Just one more, D'Antonio.
There you go.
Yeah. So I just want to say to you guys, thank you for coming out here to exploring Galaxies, Venus, and Comet Atlas Y4 with us. On the next clear night, we'll do more of the same with some different objects that are going to be coming up. We might here. Look at me going. Just one more. There is another object that is out there that I would like to see. And
M13.
Yeah. And it's actually pretty high in the sky. Do I move the dome one more time, Daryl? And go view this, you think?
I'll follow your heart.
All right. I'm gonna go move the dome. Can you stick around for a couple more minutes?
Sure.
All right, because I would like people to see M13 before we go to bed tonight. All right, I'll be right back.
Very good.
Keep the troops entertained.
I will try. Folks, you heard me talk recently over the last few weeks. Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter in the morning sky. They are still all very visible over in the southeast before sunrise. And the dance of the planets has been happening. Back on March the 20th, Mars was racing to catch up with Jupiter, moving from west to east. And if you look from west to east, it was Mars, then Jupiter, and then Saturn, pretty evenly spaced. Well, Mars caught up with Jupiter. They were in conjunction back on March the 20th. And then Mars passed Jupiter, and it caught up with Saturn in conjunction on March the 31st. And if you go out and look at it now, you will see Mars racing ahead of both Jupiter and Saturn. It will be where it was farthest west. Now Mars is the farthest east. And the spacing between Mars and Saturn is now bigger than the spacing is between Saturn and Jupiter. There should be about 3 finger widths difference, or 3 finger widths spacing between Saturn and Jupiter, and Mars is probably about 4 finger widths to the left of Saturn now. And if you just watch that in the morning sky, you'll see it unfolding morning by morning. Really pretty. And in the morning sky now, the stars of summer are flying high before sunrise, before dawn. Before dawn. Scorpius is due south, and you can see the teapot in Sagittarius just to its left, to its east. The whole teapot is now easily visible, and the planets were sort of over in eastern Sagittarius, and Mars, at least, is now in Capricorn. It's moved that far ahead of them. Neat to see, though. Is that Mark? It is Mark.
Yes, sir. I wasn't going to interrupt your wonderful discussion.
No worries.
Okay. Telescope is moving. And we are now moving toward black sky. And we're going to see stars pass through as we do. Yeah, and we're going to find and center on a star. Looks like we're going to center on a star in Hercules. And then we're going to go to Measure 13.
I bet your finder will, in Hercules, Ras Al Ghedi, perhaps?
Let's find out. Well, it's already
on M13?
Apparently so. I'm going to see if it's there. Let's see, where would it be? Yeah, see, I was doubting it, and I was right to doubt it. It's not in here, is it? You definitely would have seen it by now. It could be that I didn't have the telescope dome turned enough. That's why the domes are no fun for these types of telescopes. We have these extended guides sitting off them. They get in the way. Oh. Let me go to this star. Zeta Hercules. It should go to the star, which just went by, actually. That is not the star, which is down here. There's a star down here. I don't think that's Zeta. I think Zeta went by already. It's okay.
Didn't lose alignment, did you?
There might be an alignment issue, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go down. Okay, that is Zeta Hercules, I believe. I believe that's Zeta Hercules. And it's off a little bit. So if that is off a little bit by that much, then I think perhaps I can test this in a second here. I will test it by doing the following. I will go and grab, let's take some objects. Let's do Measure 13, M13, and see. Measure 13 is right here. Okay, and we're going to say okay. And we're going to say go to and see what happens. It's still doing high precision pointing. So the telescope just moved. Where did it go to? Let's find out. Okay, it went up there. But that star is not in here. Not yet. We gotta wait a second. Yeah, see? We would see M13 by now. We don't see it. So, that tells me, I think that Measure 13 is up here now. I think it's... There it is. See, it was higher. There was something else going on. I gotta figure out what's going on.
There he is.
Yep. Now, I told it to find Measure 13, so here's what I'm going to do. Okay, now that it's centered, I'm going to tell it to synchronize. So now the telescope says, okay, Measure 13 is there. So it knows now. All right. So now what we'll do is we're going to take this down to like a low value. It's beautiful with dark skies. Hi, Giselle. How are you? Thank you for visiting with us at SkyTour LiveStream. Okay, so we're going to do 25 seconds at 10,000 here, ISO. Now that we are looking right at Measure 13. That's where we are. We're on Measure 13 right there. All right, and I used two ways to get to it. I used this system here, has a built-in database, which I used, and then I synchronized now that it thought it was there. So I said these coordinates are there where I synchronized, and now we are there. All right, let's see what happens. We take a picture now. Sorry, I thought I took a picture already. Chris, you're streaming? Your telescope can run away, man. Elliott Astro Imaging. All right, let's check out Measure 13. Now that is one beautiful cluster.
Ta-da.
Is that not a beauty? Look at that. Oh. I characterize this when I talk to people. I say it's an exploding snowball of stars. Look at that thing. Absolutely stunning, isn't it?
I see the propeller.
Yeah.
It's like a 3-lobe propeller down at the lower part, maybe a little bit to the right.
To the right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's right there.
Right here?
Yep, that's one of the blades of the propeller.
Right there?
A little closer. It's the brightest part of the cluster to the lower right of center, just a little bit.
Okay.
Yep. Looks like a 3-bladed propeller.
Yeah. Daisy and Zoe, hi. See, aren't you glad you came out? Yeah, this is beautiful. Really looks nice. This is Measure 13, the Great Star Cluster in Hercules. It's the bonus object for tonight. We looked at Venus earlier. We looked at Measure 81, Measure 82, which are the Spiral Galaxy and Starburst Galaxy in Ursa Major. And then we looked at the Pinwheel Galaxy. And then we looked at the Whirlpool Galaxy. And of course, we looked at Comet Atlas Y4 all throughout the night to gauge its motion through the sky. We could clearly see it moving through the sky all night long here. And so here we go. This is Measure 13. I'll take another shot of it. I won't disappear for long. I'm just going to take us back here. I'd like to do a slightly lower value here. Say 3,200 for the same amount of time. Now 30 seconds. I'll add a stop. Actually. Okay. And now we'll come back to it. Yeah, this is one of the more stunning objects in the night sky, but it's not the most stunning globular cluster. It is a beautiful cluster, but Omega Centauri is even better and visible. It'll be visible from our Arizona Observatory.
Yep, you said it, so I didn't have to. Just wait until you capture Omega Centauri from Arizona. Folks, this is the best globular cluster in the northern sky. It's hundreds of thousands of stars all clumped together. It's in the constellation Hercules, which is sort of east of Vega, between Vega and Boötes. Vega and Arcturus, that is. Omega Centauri is way, way down in the southern sky. And I've only seen it once, and that was down near the New Mexico border. I was a little bit north of the border. And Omega Centauri is 4 million stars or so, all in a ball, and it's about the size of the moon in the sky. And it is just absolutely stunning. And I bet Mark will his eyes will be wet again when he sees Omega Centauri.
Perhaps. But we also have Centaurus A as well.
Oh, yeah.
Centaurus A is a galaxy with a brilliantly beautiful dark lane moving through its center, which isn't something you can miss. And this is not a white light shot. This is through the filter. And it's focused with this filter. But look at those stars, huh? I mean, that is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So that's our bonus object for tonight. And the actual colors, I know it's, as I said, Daniel, it's we're seeing it slightly bluer than it looks. These stars are kind of a bluish color, but they're not this blue. So globular cluster stars tend to be all around the same age because they were all formed at the same time. But there are some standouts. There's some differences. Globular clusters orbit the galaxy, and they're called halo objects. They're way farther away. This one, for instance, M13, I forget its distance, but I think it's actually it's not that far away relative. This one's 30.
I want to say 26,000 light years. For
yeah, I was gonna say 25,000 light years. And some globulars are even further away. Okay, but let me tell you, this is really something. I think if we come back to this, that's M13 and M92, isn't it? Which is M92 is like here. Okay, M92 is another one, and this one is 26,000 light years away, and it's we might actually be able to see this one, Daryl.
Just one more.
Just one more. Oh, what the heck. Let's try it. I did synchronize. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, so off we go. We'll probably go to Eta Hercules here. Okay, no, we're gonna go to this star. Is it Pi Hercules? Yeah, I can't tell. But wherever it is, we're going to M92 now. Yeah, it's Pi Hercules. And now we're going to see M92, hopefully. Actually, I think it's right there.
I think I see it.
I think we got it. Yeah.
I think I'm about to pee my pants for science.
That's our Daryl. Okay, well, I'm just gonna drop us off here and bring this over a little more.
This tea went through me like a hot car.
Okay. Well, you go right ahead, and I'll take
right
off here. I'm gonna just bring our ISO up here, our sensitivity, and go to 8,000.
I'll be right back.
All right, and I'll do 30 seconds at 8,000, guys. Actually, I'll do 25 seconds. Okay, now we're gonna see another globular cluster, which is a little farther away, and you'll notice the marked difference between measure 13, okay, which when we looked at it was this guy. And now when we see the next one come in, you're going to see marked difference from this. And it's not going to look the same. It's actually a little bit smaller. So here's a 25 second at 8,000 photograph of measure 92. See that? So you can see the difference between that guy and this guy right here. They're both the same type of cluster, but this one's a little further away than this one. And so you can see the difference. Now again, they are orbiting the galaxy as halo objects. So some of these go through the disk of the galaxy. And there's a lot of stars here. And they are gravitationally bound to each other. But every time they pass through the galaxy, they can lose stars and pick up stars. So maybe some of these different color stars are tag-alongs that it picked up the last time it went through the galactic plane. And some of these galaxies some of these globular clusters don't actually pass through very dense areas of the galaxy's disk. Sometimes they pass through very spartan areas where there's very little of anything. So they would tend to remain relatively unchanged. But they are what we call halo objects. And they would be really, they'd be something that would actually be very visible. This one probably could be a little better.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, that's M92, and this is M13. I was pointing out the difference. You know, when you look at M13 and you look at M92, okay, there's a very clear difference between these two globular clusters.
Yep.
Yep.
M92 looks more concentrated. Brighter in the center, perhaps.
Well, it's a little further away, too, probably.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Yeah, it really is. I'm going to take one more shot of it because I'd like to grab it is a little sharper if I can. All right. So that's M13, and this is M92, and we'll see another shot of M92 here in a moment. Okay, that shot looks like it came out a little better.
Beauty.
Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, looks nice. Very good. Well, I hope you guys like the bonus objects for tonight. I'm not going to look at my stellarium because I'll see one more thing and then I'll just want one more, then one more. But I really did want to get us closer to 4 hours, and it's 4 hours 17 minutes so far. Hey, you guys have a great night, okay? Thanks for coming out on this pre-Easter stream to look at Comet Atlas and Galaxies and Venus. And for those of you that just sort of came in at the last minute here, I would like to show you Venus, and I can't go there because it's already set. But what I can do is I can show you an image of it that we caught. This we captured a little earlier tonight, and this is what Venus looked like. Isn't that really pretty? So we captured Venus looking like that, and then I did a slightly lower exposure so I could capture the shape a little better. And then I think in here I did a white light shot at some point so I could capture the right colors. This was a filtered shot. And this was a white light shot. And you can actually see the yellowish color of the planet Venus. Isn't that beautiful?
It is. That's nice.
And so this was tonight's shot of Venus. Now here's how big it was in the telescope, okay? See? That's how big it was in the telescope, But this is how big it was after we digitally enlarged it. And you see that it actually supports some pretty good enlargement. You know? Then as the temperature changed, you can see the focus change a little bit. So we had to actually refocus a little bit. Yeah, which we did. Yeah, and then here. And I'm changing the orientation because this is the correct orientation for that at that point. And there it was out of focus a little bit. And then here it was a little better. But again, as the temperature changed. But I just thought I'd leave you with that because for those that didn't get to see it, well, here it is. Venus in all its beautiful yellow regal colors. All right. So, guys, thank you for coming to SkyTour LiveStream tonight. Daryl, thank you so much for joining when you were sick earlier. I'm glad you woke up and could join us.
Oh, thank you for having me. I had fun.
And happy Easter to all of you out there. Easter is already here for all of us now that are listening, I think. And if it's clear on Easter, we're gonna stream again Easter night. But if it's not, we'll wait till the next time. But again, subscribe and hit that bell, guys, and then you'll know when we're gonna be out there and when we're gonna be streaming. All right. So thanks for coming to SkyTour LiveStream. Thank you for all you've done for me over the last couple years of our existence. We really appreciate it, both Amanda, myself, and Daryl. And remember, we're going to have the Arizona Observatory open by July, and then we'll have 2 observatories for double the fun. Hey, you got 2 eyes, right? You should have 2 observatories. You can listen to myself and Daryl and Amanda on SkyTour Radio every Sunday from 8 to 10 p.m. on kgraradio.com. We have an astronomy show, and it's we talk about exoplanets, my specialty in astronomy, and we also talk about concepts in astronomy that are really exciting. And there's someone else in the chat, Carol Carl, who has a show on KGRA as well. She's the amazing host of Behind the Obsidian Curtain, Friday nights at 7 p.m. on the same station, kgraradio.com. So check out Carol as well. But we look forward to hearing from you. You'll hear on SkyTour Radio, you'll hear Daryl and I and Amanda. Daryl joined us later on after Amanda and I were a co-hosting team there. I was the host, she was my co-host, and then Daryl joined later on, and I'm really glad he did because he offers tremendous perspectives, has great stories. Again, he's an observational astronomer. I'm a different kind of astronomer, so we don't have anything we compete over. We actually have different things we can offer in astronomy. And I've learned to really respect Daryl's opinions and thoughts, and I hope you will too, and have as well.
Oh gosh, stop.
Okay, I will.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, you guys have a good night, and we'll talk to you the next clear night. See you later. And remember, if you go out, keep looking up.